Hello, this is me. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. I love this music a lot. I think it's stopped now. It only has one loop, which is unfortunate because I want to try and get the sound writing. Anyway, this is Over the Alps. It is the first game from a studio called I forget the name of the studio. Let's go store page. Hopefully this is still playing. It's from Stave Studios. It's their first game. It came out April 1st of last year. It has some of the writers from a really good video game called Around the World in 80 Days or something like that. It has some of the writers from that, or one of the writers from that, I believe. I was kind of debating what to play tonight because I wanted to have something new. Also, how cool are these little menu things? I was sort of, tossing out whether I should do like a cool roguelike. I was going to play Void Bastards, which is a very good game, or Around the World in 80 Days. But I remember playing the demo of this a while back, and I really genuinely enjoyed it. It's got a really nice style to it. It's got a really interesting way of playing the story, and it's got like really fun espionage. Hey, Halcyon. Tell Mike to turn up for once. I actually have a friend called Michael. I don't know if he's going to tune in, but if he does, we'll know. How's my audio sounding as an outsider? It sounded good to me, but that's just me listening with one ear while I'm still speaking. So yeah, unfortunately we don't have any music. The music plays just once. I'm gonna click. We'll sort of find it out as we go. But let me know if my volume's good. But yeah, so I've decided to play this game because I really am interested in fun espionage stuff, and there's like fun romance thing. It's kind of like a Hitchcock movie. What's that really good one? North by Northwest? North by Northeast? North. The Cary Grant one. I really enjoyed that. And it's got like vaguely James Bondy vibes, but it's not too James Bondy, which I really like. So yeah, without any further ado, let's jump into this one. I have a game that I did before, which is the demo I played, but that was, I think, before April 1st, 2020. So I remember enjoying it a lot, but I don't remember what happened. So yeah, let's jump into a new game. I believe this is the DLC, the King of the Mountain. Is my mouse visible? Yes, it is. So let's go a case of the Chateau Vercolli. Let's go new game. Mussolini fumes over daring prison escape. 4 prisoners escaped from a detention facility outside of Milan last night. In an instant, the Italian Prime Minister has branded the work of foreign agents. In a statement this morning, Mr. Mussolini vowed that no efforts would be spared to retrieve the prisoners, whom he described as dangerous political insurgents. And that's Der Bund, which I think is a Swiss? It's also got Stave Studios, which is the people who made this game. Aubrey. I've been enjoying the sights and smells of Milan, my friend. Quite a city, no matter what Mussolini's doing to the place. I've got some choices, but Mussolini will wreck it in the end. Fascism will never overcome beauty. It will die trying. Or I won't tell you precisely what I got up to. I'm going to go strong political stance. Fascism will never overcome beauty. It will die trying. I might retire to Milan when all this is over. Perhaps Control might set aside a patch of land near Lake Como for me. Would you believe it? I even met a girl, and we will beat them, the fascists, every last one of them, or I'll own it, that's for certain. One thing I really like about this game is that there's like these little stamps that basically, I don't know why you're putting so many stamps on this postcard. But I like how it makes you consider like what kind of a spy you're being, whether you're being like kind of I think this is kind of like a brutal thing. This is kind of like a sly, obsequious kind of thing. Charming? I don't really know. I like that there's a picture but no description of what kind of person you are. And I like that the anti-fascist thing is this dramatic version of this. Would you believe that I even met a girl, or... I'm gonna stick on my anti-fascist route. Note, you are a British agent. We'll beat them, and we'll make them spit shine our shoes for the rest of their nasty little lives. Rivia San Vitale in a few hours, Aubrey, and me without a goose as to what to expect too. Act 1, the Italian Gambit. Chicasso. Chiasso? I love this. The art style is inspired by those old posters. I like that it just stays on that until I click. 49 stops, Aubrey, and they call this an express. Switzerland is full of these electric trains, the young woman in my compartment remarked, as we lurched to a halt once again. Not enough fuel here to run proper trains. No good coal mines, I think. She smiled at me, a prim, unaccustomed smile, like an ill-fitting shoe. That will soon change, she added. It will, just like that? I'd rather like the mountains of I rather like the mountains as they are, Fraulein. Or I ignored the remark and continued to gaze out the window. I'm gonna continue on my brutal route, even though I just want to say I want to continue the conversation rather than like starting an argument. I'm now fearless. Cool. No, not just like that. Through commitment and hard work, she applied. She stuck out a gloved hand. Fraulein Wolf, not Swiss, German. Mrs. Smith, I said as I shook the outstretched hand, or... I'm not making this up, Aubrey. That was her name. The greatest of pleasures, Fraulein, I returned. So that's kind of like a gentleman-y kind of thing. This one made me laugh, so I'm gonna go with that one. I told her my name was Smith and left it at that. The train lurched back into motion. For a moment we were jostled together. 5 empty seats, and she'd picked the one beside mine. Where are you headed, Fraulein? Or, I hear the air up here is exhilarating. Fraulein, please do try to keep your balance. I like the air exhilarating. I nodded towards the high peaks that now dominated the view from the window. The train was now rattling its way through Mendrisio. Yes, indeed it is, the Fraulein answered. My elder sister used to come up here for her health. She was very vigorous, but now she is married. Flirting. I've heard that marriage can be a drag to one's sense of adventure. Will you marry one day, Fraulein? Wow. And you? Are you out here for your health? I like this one. I'm gonna go with this one. Amongst other things, she replied breezily. She turned to examine her reflection in the window glass and adjusted the full of her hair. A pity. The way those soft blonde waves hid her brow worked fine for me. We continued to talk, or we passed the rest of the journey in silence, or the Fraulein tried a few more starters but without success. We continued to talk. Ooh, Fraulein Wolf is interested in you. It was a pleasant way to spend the time, and there was plenty of time to spend. Before we parted, we agreed to meet again at the bar of the hotel in Riviera San Vitale. Perhaps I would be in luck, and Fraulein Wolf would prove to be... Huh? Is that italicized? Perhaps I would be in luck, and Fraulein Wolf would prove to be my contact. To be my contact. Riviera San Vitale. See, yeah, we can just sit here. If I don't click, nothing happens. The journal? That's the map. Where I've been so far. There's the pause menu. Really pretty game. Anyway. Aubrey. I saw the Fraulein again. My dear Fraulein, I began. Or, before we could get to that, let me tell you about my contact. Or, and I tell you, German girls drink like weeds. I don't like that. I'm gonna find out about this contact. Try and find out what the hell we're up to. Typical sort control would send. Stiff as a poker, jumpy as a frog. In the middle of the hotel bar, drink in hand, but not drinking. Sticking out like a sore thumb. Exchanging code words wasn't necessary. But there was the Fraulein too, perched on a stool with a large glass of grappa, looking straight at my contact. Perhaps you know that man, Fraulein. Or, I avoided approaching him as long as I could, which I like. Or, look at that jump, Fraulein. I like this one. This is the cheekiest. Look at that jump, Fraulein. He seems lonely to me, she agreed. She waved her glove and the man almost skipped towards us, grateful as a child. There you are, he enthused, speaking only to me as though the Fraulein wasn't there, like a perfect idiot. Italian accent. You are the agent, yes? We will go tonight, from the bay, after dark. He hurried away. Fraulein Wolf raised a delicious eyebrow. Agent? Travel agent. Or I raise a finger to my lips. Or tell no one. I like travel agent. That's very cheeky. Natürlich, the Fraulein giggled. Let me buy you a drink, Herr Smith. She smiled. It is not dark yet. Ooh. Okay, I have two options. I've seen this before. I like the multiple different paths. There is a mechanic that talks about like my police presence, how much I'm getting followed, and that sort of thing, which I really genuinely like. So I had the idiot arranged to cross the lake by rowboat, or I liked Wolf but I didn't trust her, so I intercepted the Italian and changed the plan. See, I love the image of the idiot had arranged to cross the lake by boat. That seems like the stupidest thing. Like, Mr. Smith is just like, I'm just crossing this rowboat with this idiot. I hate this. But I also like the idea of casting suspicion onto Wolf. What's going on there? I, having played this before, know what's up with the Wolf, but let's go through that. Hey there. It's going good. We're in the Swiss countryside. We met a nice Fraulein on the train. I'm traveling with an Italian man, and we're trying to get to Melida Crossing. We have two options of where we can go. I can either go row across a rowboat with this person, or I can change the plan. I'm going to go with the worst option. I'm going to go with the idiot arranged to cross the lake by rowboat and see what happens. But I'll give it a couple seconds just in case you want to jump in and say, no. Pardon me. Alright, that's enough for me. Why isn't this working? Yeah, the interface for this one isn't great. Aubrey. I'll spare you the details of how we rowed across the lake, but it was as grim a task as you might expect. My Italian friend did exactly none of the work, or I still didn't know what we were doing out here, or still, Lake Lugano is quite something. I like this one because it's just like the most ridiculous. I'm gonna go with this one because it's the funniest answer. I still didn't know what we were doing out here. I just got a shot. Did you hear that? You're now honorable. Oh, there is a shot in the thing. I should read this. This man seemed to be seem to have been expecting me. But what for? And why did we have to leave under cover of darkness? If I was just a tool, I was keen to know what purpose I was being put to. There's a dreadful lot of time for thinking when you're rowing. That's all I'll say about it. Then a shot rang out. Then another. Dio mio, wailed my Italian. Be quiet, I snapped. That doesn't make any difference. Someone's shooting at us, and I fear I know who, or... There's just a car on the shore backfiring. Very common for cars. I like this. That's very funny. Cars and plans, in my experience. It seemed Wolf was following our scent. Melita Crossing. Hitler reaffirms promise not to invade Switzerland. In a meeting between Swiss and German officials last week in Berlin, the German chancellor reaffirmed his country's commitment to respecting Switzerland's neutrality in the event of war. This should calm fears in the chocolate-loving nation. The chocolate-loving nation? Okay. Which is rumored to have significantly bolstered its Alpine military defense system in recent months. I don't like the sound of that crow. I'll be honest. All of which puts us here, Aubrey, old chum. The imaginatively named Hotel Alpen. I mean, they... okay. Haha. The Italian and I sat together at the breakfast table like a perfect couple of chumps. He had his napkin tucked into his collar. Are you ready to tell me where we're going yet? Or... I'm ditching you here, you understand? Or... I don't even know your name. I'm gonna go for the exposition. Are you ready to tell me where we're going yet? The oaf reached across the table and took my hand in his. Please, he said. It's my daughter. She has been taken. We must rescue her. I spluttered. It sounded more like a fairy tale than a mission. And your daughter is someone important, I imagine? Or... Look here, if you're lying to me, or... Well, then I suppose we'd better go get her. I don't like the cynicalness of your daughter is someone important, I imagine. I like that one. And then ditch him? Let's go this one. He's not so bad. He's kind of like an inexperienced spy, but I kind of like this I don't even know this person's name, to be honest. The Italian. Grazie al cielo, the Italian enthused, releasing my hand to pat his chest. I am Primo Vercoli, at your service. I can call myself Smith. I can say, not your real name, of course. Or, frankly, I don't care what your name is. I'm gonna go with this one. Frankly, I don't care what your name is. It seems the safest. I nodded and got back to the business of eating my kippers. We go to the train station in Lugano, he continued. Then to Bellinzona. 2-3 hours. Then we rescue my daughter. They have her in a castle there. He leant back, evidently pleased with his plan. Who is this? Okay. Alright, 2 options. We hitchhiked from Melita to Lugano, or we walked the 4 miles to Lugano. I like hitchhiking. It seems much more nice and remote. Let's travel with Primo. Lugano. Water break. Oh man. Okay. Getting to Lugano was a peach. Getting the train to Bellinzona was quite the opposite. We'd hitched a ride from Lugano in a big Bugatti driven by a confident Austrian doctor, one Wilhelm Schweiger. We were friends in moments, or I probed him hoping to discover his political sympathies, or I spun him quite a story. Okay. So there is a mechanic that has been introduced yet. Neo says, this is a cute looking game. It's so good! The art style is incredible, and it's a lot of fun. Like, I'm enjoying like the weird subtext that is sort of going on as I'm traveling around. It's kind of fun. So yes, as I was saying, there is a mechanic which hasn't been introduced yet. So I don't know whether I should be careful. I like the idea of being friends with this person. I'll go with that. He was quickly diagnosing all sorts of things. The Italian had nervous hypertension. I have problems with my father, apparently. This will be nothing new to control, of course. Schweiger himself, it transpired, had been at the same hotel as us back in Melida and was currently engaged upon a driving tour of the Alps. So this person is a Freudian, I believe? I'm not sure. But you shouldn't just diagnose people. Bad doctor. Are you headed for Bellinzona? I asked as casually as I could. Was he not concerned about the war breaking out across Europe? Or I considered stealing his car. I like the idea of I considered stealing his car. But no, he was the sort of man who would make an awful fuss about that kind of treatment. We arrived in Lugano about around lunchtime. Our Austrian friend had joined us in the train station to buy cigarettes, and that's when things started to go wrong. Look over there, isn't that the charming girl from the hotel? Lugano. You don't mean to tell you who Herr Schweiger had seen, Aubrey. You know how my luck goes. It was a Fraulein. But she wasn't smiling now. So I can say, Fraulein Wolf, you seem to be dogging my heels? My darling, this isn't what you think. Or, hello, Fraulein, and goodbye. Fraulein Wolf, you seem to be dogging my heels. As well I might, you hund. She slapped me across the cheek. Whatever she was doing it at the top of her lungs. She turned to address the audience that was beginning to form around us on the concourse. This man stole a priceless pearl necklace from me in a most ungentlemanly way. Perhaps Primo would vouch for me? To the crowd, it's perfectly alright. This is my wife. Or, to the crowd, this woman's a lunatic. I like this one. It's perfectly alright. This is my wife. I might as well have given them opera glasses. This was better than the matinee at the cinema. The audience was hooked. Here, she thrust her hand into my jacket pocket and seemed to produce a string of pearls. The crowd gasped. As for Herr Schweiger, he was watching the show, a mixture of amusement and jealousy on his face. I heard the clatter of a police car's bell approaching. Herr Schweiger, won't you help me? Or I turned and ran for the train. Or I turned and ran for the train. I'm not going to say this is not the end. I'm not going to waste any time. What? You've been caught by the Polizei? Wishful thinking, but it was worth a try. As the Polizei dragged me away, I caught a final glimpse of Herr Schweiger. He was helping the Fraulein up into his car, and no doubt destined for a better time than I. Oh, so Herr Schweiger is a part of this. I have to click all up here every time I move. That's kind of annoying. I can't even... Alright. Riviera. Okay. Love the ableist language. Dope. Not. Perhaps the Swiss polici are the most insane. Or perhaps it's control. I had thought the police would take me to Bellinzona, throwing me in the same cell as Vicoli's daughter and save me a lot of bother. I worked on the officer in the back of the van with me. Or I worked in the handcuffs as best I could. Or I was biding my time. I like biding my time. That's very sneaky. There was always a perfect moment to strike, and only a luckless fool strikes too soon. I had it all worked out, but when the van doors opened, I saw we were not in the lion's den, but rather in some microscopic, unheard-of little town. Riviera? I thought Riviera was like a popular place. I was dragged inside a beer house, which is a house for beer, by the way. The smell, sausages and stale beer. From the shadows at the back, a cigarette flared. Aragon. This isn't a police station. Where am I? Or may I have one of those as well? Or you going to remove these handcuffs? I'm gonna go. You going to remove these handcuffs? You are now precise. I have a question for you, English. A man's voice. Deep, resonant. French, perhaps. What exactly have you been playing at? I don't answer questions from people I can't see. I am English, and I demand you telephone the British Embassy. Or Control sent you? I think the safest one is the cat one. The police here call spies bedbugs. Do you know that? Little bugs living in their bed. The man paused to draw in his cigarette. Ironic, no? He smiled as he saw the realization dawning on my face. He was one of us. I'd like to understand what you were thinking back in Lugano, making such a spectacle of yourself. It was the German woman. I was heading to Bellinzona with my contact. Or I was handling it. I was heading to Bellinzona with my contact. I feel like I'm saying that terribly. Bellinzona? Your contact. You're sure about that? A flick of the cigarette. A little scatter of ash. A moment for me to consider. Vicoli, I began. He was my contact, wasn't he? Or I'll leave you to a cigarette. I don't like either of those, but I like the Vicoli I began. He was my contact, wasn't he? Because, again, plot. The Pulitzer, I now have your description. We've never heard of Vicoli before. Now get moving. The cigarette moved to indicate a small door at the rear. We'll be in touch once Control has worked out what good you are. We'll be in touch once Control has worked out what good you can do out here. There was no time for questions. I was hustled away through an empty kitchen, then out the back of the beer house. What am I supposed to click on? Oh. Okay. So we're going to Monte Ceneri. I walked away from the town, or I stole a policeman's bicycle. I like stealing a policeman's bicycle. It's very cheeky. A complication. A bit of a sticky wicket on the way out of the Riviera. Aubrey. I had a run-in with a local copper. Literally, I rode my bike straight into his car as he turned a corner. A test of charm or a test of decency? Test of charm. I was so startled, I just put my head down and cycled off immediately, ignoring the officer's shout for me to stop. Did he notice my stolen police bicycle? Impossible to say. At least he didn't chase after me. This is new. Last time I played, there was just like different choices, and if you picked the choice that allowed the police to track you easier, then it went with the other one. But I think this one is instead tracking like how many of the stamps you're using, which is really interesting. I like that. All right. Stealing the bicycle was easy enough, though why I thought it was a good idea to cycle up a ruddy mountain I cannot tell you. Two things were now clear. I mulled them over as I pedalled. One, Vercoli had not been my contact. As far as control was concerned, I had reached Riviera, then gone completely rogue in company of an unknown Italian. Two, wherever my actual contact had got to, he wasn't coming back. I had only myself to blame. It was Control's fault, of course, or I'll be leaving this Vercoli business out of my report, that's for certain. The second one makes the most sense because it is basically Control. Like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Doesn't know what's going on. I'm sympathetic, so I'm gonna go with this one. I've done a lot of the axes, I feel. If I'd been given a proper description, I would have known right away that Vercoli wasn't the man. The police are searching for you. Alright. An officer ran into someone outside. You ran into a policeman on your way out of Riviera. You certainly noticed you were riding a stolen bicycle. Damn. An officer ran into someone outside Riviera. He matched the description so kindly provided by the Fraulein, and he was riding one of our own bicycles. I'm going to keep quiet about that when I report this to the chief. Okay, so that's the policeman's note. The police report. I do like the fact that they're keeping a little stamp. I love how the things move. When I click on this, probably all the birds are going to fly off, right? Picture me, Aubrey. Log fire, warm brandy. I found an empty cabin up here. Marvelously well stocked. You'll think me a lucky devil, but these are the Swiss Alps. The locals are too savvy to be caught short of this snowed in. And I needed the brandy. I was mixed up in something, and it was rattling around inside my head like loose change. I knew I wouldn't be able to leave it alone. Or a man could shoot himself quite happily out of here. Whoa. Or I imagine confronting Vercoli. I'm going to go with the first one. I knew I wouldn't be able to leave it alone. I had a feeling there was something up in this wretched business that would be quite worth following up on. Then an interruption. So I have to pick this one. It's forcing me to pick this one. Okay. There was a knock on the door. Damn her eyes, Aubrey. I stayed silent. Maybe she'd go away. Or sometimes I wish I carried a gun. Or I opened the door. There was no point in hiding. I like this one. This seems fun. The night was cold, but she wasn't wearing a coat. Well, aren't you going to ask me in? Would that be wise? Would it matter? Or no? No. But Herr Schweiger is already driving back down the mountain, she shivered. I could die of exposure out here. You'd better walk fast then. Or, how do I know you're not armed? Or, perhaps if you yodel, he'll hear you. What do I do here? Tell her to fuck off? Engage with her like she might be dangerous? Or be joking and be kind of... So this is telling her to go away, and these two are saying stay on a condition, I guess. I like you'd better walk fast then, because I'm kind of curious where the game goes from there. Don't be a beast. She looked hurt. We're on the same side after all. I was not having that. Or we certainly are not. Or I haven't the slightest clue what you're talking about. I haven't the slightest clue what you're talking about. got out my charisma. I'll explain inside. She barged in past me. Okay, so what they were going to do is just going to force me into this conversation no matter what. If this went on any longer, she'd be helping herself to the brandy I found. I had to come. I believe I owe you an apology, Mr. Smith. Only one? I was listening? Or does one apologize to one's enemies, Fraulein? I will listen. I will listen to this. No, you're unstoppable. Top notch. I got you into the most awful lot of trouble, didn't I? This for collie business, or my contact, or not as much trouble as I'd like to be in. See, I don't want to talk about, like, I'm not going to mention Vocoli. That's going to be straight off. I'm not going to tell anything to this woman. The only subtle answer is flirting with this person. And I don't want to be in any more trouble. I'll go with my contact. Fraulein Wolf is losing patience with you. Ah, yes, the little man. There was a splash, of course, but after that he went down quite quietly. I shot him through the hat, as I recall. She sighed. I rather like that hat. Very stylish. Little beret. I have a mind to strangle you with my bare hands. Or I'm sure your masters in Berlin will buy you another. Or get out of my cabin. I'm sure your masters in Berlin will buy you another. So my contact's dead? I think last time I played this, he didn't die. Huh. She was trying to rattle me. She crossed her legs. Tried again. Vocoli thinks you're quite marvelous. He asked me to pass on his thanks to the Führer for sending you. What? She hit her mark this time. I tell you, Aubrey, it took me all my strength not to react. The Fraulein had played me. She'd had Vocoli believe it was a German agent sent to rescue his daughter, presumably as part of some kind of phony deal she'd made with him. You took advantage of Vocoli, or I should kill you where you stand, or this is all part of the game for you, I suppose. I'll go with that one. We all play games. She took a step closer to me. Her smell was one of French perfume and motor oil. Ugh. You might not like it, but we do want the same thing. She was serious now. I want the girl freed, and you want the girl freed, and so do I. That much was clear. Vocoli's daughter was somehow crucial. Vocoli deserves to know the truth about who I am. I don't care about Vocoli or his daughter. Not true. You expect me to form an alliance with you? I think that's kind of where I'm leaning. So I'm not going to tell shit to Vocoli. I'm a spy. You don't tell people who you are. Expect me to form an alliance with you? Of course. But you didn't think I came here for something else, did you? Trying to rattle me again, Aubrey. And it almost worked this time. She giggled like a schoolgirl. One of those fearsome ones that carries a hockey stick. I propose a solemn pact, Smith. An alliance to be broken the instant one of us double crosses the other. It will be fun, don't you agree? Sounds detestable. As fun as a toothache. If we play, you'll lose, Fraulein. I like that one. Now that's the spirit. The wolf paced away across the room and curled herself up on the rug before the fire. Slipped off her shoes. Now don't be a bore. Pour me a drink and we'll discuss how we're going to spring the collie girl from her castle. Damn her eyes, Aubrey. I have to click. I passed a lonely and restless night. The Fraulein had only need to whistle and a cart appeared to scoop her up, leaving me to think through what I had learned. The Fraulein had set me up. She had directed me to a collie, just carefully enough to let me fill in the blanks. No wonder all her shots at us had missed it. No wonder all her shots at us had missed their mark. It had been an excellent piece of work. Wait, what happened? Hold on. Alright, so she's basically trying to get us to rescue Vicoli's daughter. She basically arranged us in such a way so we're going towards helping him. Alright. Just carefully enough to let me fill in the blanks. No wonder all her shots at us had missed their mark. So they missed their mark because she's helping us. She wants us to do this. It had been an excellent piece of work. Never trust anyone, Aubrey. Basic spycraft. I wouldn't stand for it. It had been an excellent piece of work. Yes. Even me, who had played through this game before, didn't pick that up. You're extremely honorable. Thank you. Note. I had to give her that. By the morning, I had a new resolve. Bellinzona and Vercoli. If I could find the Italian, perhaps I could discover the truth. Or if this business turned out to be... And if this business turned out to be more trouble than it was worth... Or... there was more going on than I had fully grasped. True. If there's one thing I dislike, it is a puzzle with missing pieces. Nope. I made my way downhill on foot, or downhill by bicycle is a dream. I have that bicycle, I may as well go for it. Although I should ditch it. Fuck it. As I hurled downhill on my bicycle, I heard yodeling and the surrounding peaks. I caught the telltale glint of binoculars from a nearby outcrop. I was being watched. Could it be the police? Test of confidence? A test of prudence. I like prudence. I had an inkling that the police were unlikely to communicate in yodels, but it's Switzerland, Aubrey, so who knows? I erred on the side of caution and doubled back to the hut, taking a different route down the mountain. Downhill on a bicycle is as close to flying as you can get. Except, that is, when you hit a rock in the road. I span like an acrobat and landed in a thorn bush. Sore, but in better shape than the bike. I got up and limped away fast, or... I lay there for a moment, catching my breath. Or... The bicycle was unrideable, but it seemed a shame to leave it there. That one. I'm gonna hide this stolen bicycle. So I picked it up, unhooked the rear brake so the buckle wheel could turn freely. I limped the last half mile down the village and the valley below. Why did I take the... I was gonna hide it. Fuck. That's not what I meant to do at all. I should have axed it. The bus to Bellinzona departs whenever you are ready. Soviet Union ratifies non-aggression pact with Germany. Today, the Supreme Soviet of the Soviet Union ratified the Treaty of Non-Aggression between Germany and the USSR. The agreement, revelations of which shocked the world earlier this month, states that neither government may ally itself to or aid an enemy of the other. The pact marks a surprising turn from Stalin's government, following months of negotiations with Britain and France towards establishing a similar alliance. Bad move, Soviet Union. The entire population of Kadenazo must have been packed inside that tavern. Everyone knew everyone else. Everyone jostled everyone else. Everyone spilled everyone else's beer and then hurried to replace it, spilling even more in the process. I joined the fray, or I couldn't learn anything here without attracting attention, or I surveyed the room for a mark. Last one. My eyes settled on a red-whiskered man sitting alone. He was studying a small book containing detailed illustrations of wildflowers, with barely clad fairies disreputably draped across them. Is this seat taken? Care to share your observations, friend? Or a drink to go with your reading? I like care to share your observations, friend. I got an achievement. A lonely goat herd. The man blushed the color of his beard hairs, and the book bit disappeared under the table. Did Maria send you? Ooh. Is Maria your wife? Or, no, don't worry, your secret's safe with me. I'm going to say that's right. That woman, he cursed, shaking his head. She barely gives me the time of day, let alone 10 minutes with her. I feel your pain, friend. Or, perhaps if you shaved? Ladies like to see a chin these days. I'm going to be as vague as possible. I waited for 2 beers. They arrived and we clunked our mugs together. So tell me, friend, how long have you been married? He asked. I'm going to remain vague. I'm going to say long enough to regret it. You are now noble. What? I'll drink to that, he replied. Shall I tell you what it did? What did it for me? Goats. I'll be honest, Aubrey. I feared for the turn. I feared for the turn this conversation was taking. It was like this, he continued. Not long after we were married, Ria became very interested in looking after our goats. The man's great moustaches bristled with sorrow. What? The man's great moustache bristled with sorrow. She goes up the mountain for hours and comes back smelling of goats. You know, that grassy hay smell that goats have. The sympathetic smile I wore during this nonsense was faultless, or are you sure it was goats she was rolling around with, or the smell has put you off her, I should imagine. Goats, I arrived at the right time. Yeah, I've just started a really strange conversation with a goat herd. This man's a goat herd. I'm not quite sure what this thing is. To explain, I'm a spy. I am rescuing an Italian gentleman's daughter. I am being pursued by a German spy. And now I'm just walking into this place. And I'm having a conversation with this man. His wife is interested in goats. And I'm not sure whether to tell him... yeah, the stamp design's great. These are all my stats, I think. So I've got... I think this one's prudence, but I've been calling it sly. This one's mischievousness. And this one's like properness. And so if I get enough of them, I can pass skill checks or something. I'm not quite sure. I just met this man. I'm not sure whether to tell him that maybe his wife is having an affair, or whether I should... I'm just gonna smile. It's not my business. I'm a spy. I'm up to things. The sympathetic I wore during this nonsense was faultless. It neither slipped nor faltered. I varied it for realism, even added the odd murmur of understanding. You'd have been proud of me, Aubrey. We took a deep, sympathetic draft together. And of course, we have no children, he continued. I should have very much liked to be a father. I could say these are a difficult time to be a parent. If you had a child, you can send them off to look after the goats instead. Or, what a shame, I'm sure you'd be an excellent father. I think that's a nice thing. Elise says, don't, none of your business. Agreed. I'm going to give this man a compliment. He was also looking at like a book of fairies, and I think they're like scantily clad fairies for some reason. It's a weird scene. The man smiled gratefully. You never know, I continued. Perhaps you will be one day. Notice she keeps on with the goat, it won't. Notice she keeps on with the goats, it won't. He opined. All of a sudden, he sat up sharply and looked at me, as if for the first time. Oh, you're bleeding. Here, let me help you. He was right. I must have scraped myself when I came off the bicycle and not even noticed. It turned out my whiskered friend carried basic first aid, a deft hand with it too. I was patched up and wiped down. I took my leave of the charming oaf. I like this oaf. Now, can you tell me anything about Bellinzona? Nope. Or it was time to cede a little misdirection should the polizei come by. I'm going to do that, because the police are after me. You spun a convincing cover story and the tavern at Catanzano. Hopefully it's enough to keep the politai uncertain of your identity. Cool. Now, friend, let me tell you about myself. As you can see, I'm English, but I've lived these past 4 years in Switzerland. Mostly in Zurich, but I have friends in Locarno. The tale was wonderfully spun, and I felt sure my friend would remember all the best bits, as would the people at the neighbouring tables. The tavern crowd was thinning. It was time to move on. The bus to Bellinzona departs whenever you're ready. Let's go to church. The little church of Cadenazzo was dim and empty inside, blissfully cool. The space was so quiet that for a moment I didn't see the priest, sitting on the front pew. His head bowed. May I come in, Father? Or, I took a seat beside him. Or, I took a seat at the back quietly. I'm gonna be quiet. The priest must have had exceptional hearing. He addressed me in Italian. You're welcome, whoever you are. Thank you, Father. I'm only resting here for a moment. Or what can you tell me about Bellinzona, Father? I feel I should find out about Bellinzona. I've misled the police. I'm gonna ask about it. You're a tourist, are you? Bellinzona is loved for its 3 marvelous castles, though you can't go inside them anymore. All without turning his head. That's when I realized he was blind. What's your name, my child? He asked. Smith? Hansen, I'm Danish. Or, my name is my business. I'm gonna go Hansen, I'm Danish. You told the priest you were Danish. That should help cover your tracks a bit. From Denmark, the priest smiled. My name is Locarno, Father Locarno. Like the town not far from here, across the lake. I went to go to Bellinzona. Are you from Locarno then? I've just come from Locarno. I lied. I'm gonna ask about Bellinzona. You're interested in seeing the castles, I suppose. We have a bus that can take you there. Are the castles worth seeing? I took a moment just to rest. Farewell, Father. Are the castles worth seeing? Something suspicious is happening in Sasso Corbano. Yes, they are very beautiful. His smile darkened into a frown. Except for Sasso Corbano, which God saw fit to strike with lightning and leave a ruin. A place of evil, no doubt. A moment passed. Are you Christian? The priest answered. The priest asked. Great. I have all these options to pick a religion. Anglican? Catholic? Only at Christmas and Easter? Lutheran? A Quaker? I said nothing. Can I just say yes? I'm gonna be only Christmas and Easter. Lutheran is the right one for Denmark. Oh! If the game rewards me for saying Lutheran, that would be incredible. The priest nodded. I have great respect for Lutherans, he replied. I hope your place in hell will be comfortable, but not too comfortable, of course. A dark joke, I felt, but I couldn't help but smiling. I like this priest. This priest is very charming. It's a trap. I took a moment just to rest. Farewell, Father. There didn't seem to be any more to said. I'll take a moment. I don't know what that did. That was kind of nice. I bet he'd be super suspicious if you said another faith. I'm interested in that. Like, it might have just been like one line that didn't really go anywhere, but that's kind of like, it's fun dialogue writing. to sort of like see where it could go. I think if like a quake is that's like I don't know anything about Quakers. I think are they English? Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. I know there's Quakers in America. Quaker. Mid 17th century England is their origin, according to Wikipedia. Historically, Protestant. Huh? That's where they're from then. It says it originated in England, but I think it. The only Quakers I know about were like people in like Coen Brothers films or something. Weird. Anyway. Farewell, father. I'm gonna say goodbye. Peace be with you, my child, the priest replied. There was a sadness in his voice. Perhaps he saw a little of my future, Aubrey. He seemed the type. I wonder if he smelled my fear as well. The bus for Bellinzona departs whenever you're ready. Can I go anywhere else? I think that's it. Ooh, 3 routes. The hike to Bellinzona was only a couple of hours. There was a bus to Bellinzona. My friend from the tavern was driving to Bellinzona. I am going to hike. I think what I'll do eventually, when I have the time, when I have a free afternoon, is I might play what's that game called? Around the World in 80 Days, because it's like this, but I feel like the choices are more broad. I feel like this is deliberately a much smaller game. Halcyon says, support your local public transport. The police are after me, though. Like, look at... I don't know if I can see this on this thing. Can I see what my police are? Oh, these are my achievements. Been double-crossed. One point in time I got a blessing. Last time I played, I think. I wish I could see what my wanted levels are. Never mind. If I go on the bus... also, I don't think it's public transport. I think it's going to be like one of those paid things, like a Greyhound bus. But like 1930s, 1939 Swiss bus. I feel like hiking is also good in general. It's good to have a walk. And I've weirdly been sticking with rowing and walking and riding my bike the whole time, so I'm going to stay with this. It's probably a nice way to see Switzerland. But yeah, as I was saying, Around the World in 80 Days is similar to this, but it has a lot more choices, and it's a lot more interesting. The police are searching for you. They can try. The stranger in Cadenzo claimed to have lived in Zurich. I sent word to our station there asking them to look into it. If this cracks the case, the chief will be so pleased with me. The man spoke with a blind priest in Cadenzo, claiming to be a Danish tourist. Seems like this isn't the fellow we're looking for. Historically speaking... Oh wait, I would trust the Public Transport Workers Union to have your back against the cops. Hopefully. Historically speaking, English sleuths have had a bad time hiking in Switzerland, but YMMV. What does YMMV mean? Yes, I agree. I just think I feel like this video game has my back. I've also lost all my stamps. Your mileage may vary. Okay. I've never heard that before. as a acronym. Popularized as an acronym on TV tropes. Thanks, TV tropes. No racking back for you then, I hope. Yeah. We'll see. I'm about to storm a castle on my own. I'm hearing goose steps. That's not good. My first move was to climb the rocky outcrop. Let me know if this is getting loud, because I feel like this is... Like, I'm turning it down to, like, 18 volume. But man, I like it. My first move was to climb the rocky outcrop to the ruins of Sosukuobano Castle. White Knight, Black Castle, check. It was clearly the lame duck of the three. Or a nasty place for a medieval prison. Or if the Italian girl was inside, I would get her out. I like this commentary on medieval prisons. I'm gonna go with that. Sometimes, Aubrey, I can't believe how fast we're falling. All the great strides of civilization we've made, and we're throwing them all away. An unmarked truck was parked outside the front entrance to the ruin. Wait, what? What are you talking about? A nasty place for a medieval prison. Does this guy like medieval prisons? What are you talking about, Smith? Halcyon says, I'm excited for the extended skiing segment that shows off the cinematic capability of the filmmakers, but it doesn't really add anything important to the story. I'm down for it, to be honest. I'm pretty sure that was like an entire James Bond film. I remember there being like that, but there was this big inflatable ball jacket thing. It was weird. Anyway, this is the place, I could tell. Before I did anything else, I needed to find Vicoli. Or, if there was a man in the truck, I could have his uniform. Done. I had the notion of stealing it, then slipping into the castle in disguise. The truck's driver had parked right next to a stand of long grass, practically begging to be knocked on the head with a rock. I lay in wait, but I wasn't ready to get my hands dirty just yet. Or, I sauntered over and knocked on the cab door. I'm gonna wait just in case there's two drivers. Oh, a driver. Not me. Driver and a passenger. What? I snuck away without being seen? Hold on. Let's go back. I knew the Freilein would be somewhere nearby. Yes, that's what I was referring to. Early James Bond is often all about, hey, we can film underwater. Hey, we can film in the mountains more than it is than about spy stuff. I think the one I was thinking of was like Pierce Brosnan. I forget which one. I think it was the one before the diamond-faced guy. But yeah, it's kind of fun. Like I think about how some of the Hitchcock movies were kind of pulled together. In that, like, Hitchcock had like 3 fun ideas for a scene, and he just gave them for like different scenes, and he gave them to a scriptwriter, like, just link them all together. And that seems like a really fun way of making a film or like telling a story. But yeah, I like that shit, to be honest. And like, you know, we all play Blaze in the Dark together. I don't know what it's called now, but that's the game we started playing. So a lot of these stupid set pieces. James Bond. Anyway, I like to throw set pieces in there because I thought it looks cool. Anyway, Illy says, James Bond, Diamond Face Guy is one of my favorite Bond films. It's a good one. Honestly, that's the only thing I remember about that one. Anyway. I'm gonna look for the Fraulein. I've been looking back at James Bond clips, and like, I hate those movies in general, but man, I like the scenes. The scenes are good. Like, what's up with Jaws? He just has steel teeth and super strength, and it's never explained. Good character. I knew the Fraulein would be somewhere nearby. I figure it might be worth knowing where. Even if our alliance was phony, she'd still be trying to get the girl out. Ugh. This is the place I could tell. An old castle turned into a prison on neutral territory. I steeled myself with the horrors within. Before I did anything else, I needed to find Vercoli. Okay, let's find Vercoli. I'm so bummed that I can't steal that uniform. That sounds like my favorite counterweight NPC. It's a good NPC. I wasn't going to just take the girl without her father. And if he wasn't here, he was probably snooping around the wrong castle. Next, I paid a visit to the largest of Bellinzona's 3 castles. They called it Castel Grande for obvious reasons. We may as well have arranged it as a rendezvous. Vercoli was standing there, skulking obtrusively inside the walls, squinting up the high, narrow windows, fretting. I watched him while I turned matters over in my mind. I went over and clapped him on the back. Or, I went to stand at his shoulder. Vercoli. He jumped about 1.5 feet in the air, laughing nervously on his way back down. Senor Smith, you came back. I thank you. He took my hand in both of his and shook it vigorously. My wounded arm. It hurt like the dickens. You left me in Laguno to get arrested. Or, your daughter, Vercoli. She's not in this castle at all. Let's straighten out past grudges. You left me in Lugano to get arrested. What else can I do? Besides, he said, risking a smile. You are here now, so you got away, no? He turned to look back up at the high windows. I do not know where they are holding her. He was wringing his hands again. I do not know if... I know where she is, senor. Or... if she's valuable, she's still alive. Or... say songs, senor. Halcyon says, thank you, Vercoli, but your daughter is in another castle. I am the toad of this video game. I want to find out why she's valuable. If she's valuable, she's still alive. He gulped at that. Yes, of course. Cielo, o mia cara figlia. Okay. I needed to get Vercoli away from here, Aubrey. Before this little recitativo of his broke out in a full-blown operatic aria. Before Herr Smith, excellent. Late perhaps, but here all the same. A little opera had taken a Wagnerian turn. Enter Fraulein Wolf. Heavens, my dear daughter. Cielo is heavens? I didn't know that's what that was. Interesting. Because I was thinking, O mia cara figlia, I was thinking like fraternity, but that's brothers. I don't know where I was going with that. Damn you, Wolf. Fraulein. Ooh, interesting. I'm gonna say Fraulein. It is in Spanish. I don't know what to say. Okay. Vercoli clasped his hand together. Please, Fraulein, my Louisa. He's in another castle completely. Come along, boys. She winked at me. Let's put this partnership to the test. Let me steal a uniform. Ooh. She's also the toad of this video game. She might be the Bowser. Who can say? I'm gonna have a sip of water because this is a reading heavy game. Oh, Halcyon got scented? How did something happen to Halcyon? What happened? I didn't sense a Halcyon. All I see is asterisks. What did you say? Did you say heavens? Which comment got Halcyon? It's Toad. Toad of this video game. Why is Toad censored for you? Wild. Okay. I have very specific swears censored in this chat. Anyway, our unlikely trio wound its way up towards a Sasso Corbaro. The Fraulein strode ahead like a leggy goat. Their collie shuffled along behind with his little penguin steps, but in fairness, with the vigor of a man possessed. No one spoke. The truck was still parked outside the door. Fraulein, I need your gun. We should overpower the truck driver and take his uniform. We'll go in around the back through the bushes. I'm going inside. Or I'll go and throw my weight around and see what happens. I want to steal this uniform. Apparently amphibious / mushroom people are rude. I don't understand Twitch. I mean, I'm concerned it is some kind of actual rude word or something that people use. But it's also a character in Mario. Look, can you see the word fuck? Halcyon just said to fuck around and find out. Also calling people toes isn't flattering. True. I don't like toads personally, but I can see them being like them having positive aspects. We shouldn't call people toads. Anyway. What am I saying? Okay. I'm overpowering a truck driver. Very good, Fraulein agreed. She pulled out her Mauser straight up to the front of the truck. Before the driver could react, she had the door open. Gun pointed towards him. She motioned him down from the cab. A sharp strike to the back of his head from me had him senseless in the grass. A moment later, I was dressed as an Italian military officer. Cool. I like Halcyon's energetic shrug. It's very funny. Just the idea of an energetic shrug is very funny. Okay. There has to be either discrimination, sexual passing. Those filters are wrong. I don't want Google to find out. Yeah, I don't think you should Google that. Anyway. A moment later, I was dressed as an Italian military officer. That's right, Italian military. I was as surprised as you are, Aubrey. Fraulein, I need your gun. We'll go around. We'll go in around the back through the bushes. I'm going inside. Time for this Italian soldier to report in. I'm going to go for that one. Oh, I should have gotten the gun. I marched up to the front gate of the castle. New recruit reporting in. I'm not going to say that because I don't speak Italian. Maybe I do. I barged in as though I owned the place. I saluted. New recruit reporting in. I barged in as though I owned the place. Halcyon says, alright, I'm going to get some curry for lunch. Be back in a bit. Enjoy that curry. I understand this is a 3-hour game. Roughly. And I've been playing for an hour. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see how my stamina goes with playing this game. But yeah, let's go. I barged in as though I owned the place. The guard waved me past without even looking up from his newspaper. Then I was inside. Bare rooms, their doors locked. Their doors, either missing or fire blackened. Field equipment stacked in the corners. From nearby, I heard a woman's voice echoing around the stone walls. She was singing, Avanti popolo alla riscosa. There wasn't a moment to lose. I looked around first. A trap? I proceeded with caution. I approached with caution. I like the last option. Also, my mum taught me that song. Also, I like that any American is like, yeah, I can easily pass as an Italian. English. This person's English. So, yeah. What is the song? Avanti popolo alla risocorsa. Like, I'm kind of curious whether this is like a hint if I spoke Italian. And I could Google Translate it, but I'm going to be honest about my limitations. A trap I approached with caution, but the whole place seemed empty. No one stopped me on my way through to the main chamber. And there she was, Vercoli's daughter, alone, sitting on an army crate, gazing out of the mountains through the window as if she were on holiday. They hadn't even bothered to tie the girl up. She looked at me without much interest, a black-haired girl, 20 or so, pretty perhaps, but no beauty. Wow. Fuck off, Smith. My name is Smith. I'm here to rescue you. Or wait for her to say something. Or your father is outside. I'm going to say I waited for her to say something. I know it too. It's a workers' song. Leftist. You might be dealing with revolutionaries. Ooh. Cool. In Switzerland? Okay. Bandiera Rosso Trionfera. The song trailed off. She frowned at my jacket. You are not Italian. I'm British? Come with me quickly, or I grab her hand. I'm gonna Italian ones, I guess. The red flag will triumph. That's Bandiera Rossa Triunfera. Yeah, that makes sense. The game opened with me fleeing, or Smith fleeing Italy and Mussolini prison, I think. I'm going to say that I'm British, unless anyone has any qualms. I'm not going to grab her hand. I feel like that just makes it suspicious. I feel like I should open up and just be, this is my nationality, tells you very little about me. But I'll go with that. Britain is Italian's enemy, she replied uncertainly. I'm here with your father, you need to come now. We can talk outside. For pity's sake, I'm trying to rescue you. I'm gonna do that one. A rescue. Well, alright then. She was up and hurrying out the door. We hurtled past a waiting guard who jumped on his feet, but was quickly knocked back down again. The other guards went to town to fetch proper coffee, Louise explained as we reached the outer guard. I wouldn't drink that dried stuff. The girl had taste, I gave her that. This is no time for a chat, or I grabbed her hand and ran towards where Vercoli was waiting. I don't have time for chats. A group of Italian soldiers were coming up the hill. They'd seen us and started to wave their arms around. But we were ready. Wolf was behind the wheel of the truck. Louisa leapt up into the back and into her tearful father's embrace. I slammed the tailgate. You'll be safe, I promised them. Let's do some action. I slammed the tailgate. That sounds like a modern car. The Fraulein already had the engine running. I flung myself into the passenger seat as she threw down the brake, and we sped away down the mountain road at a thundering pace. And now we flee the police. Ooh, a new map. Act 2. The Fraulein was driving. I was driving. Complication. Bang. We must have run out of something terribly sharp, because the front tire had exploded more suddenly than the Hindenburg. That's too soon. The Fraulein ushered us out and ordered me to fix the bloody thing. A test of solicitation or a test of determination. I'm very determined. You must have been spotted by half of Switzerland's motorists while you were stranded by the roadside. I told the Fraulein to fix it herself, but she just smirked. What did she expect me to do? I just sat morosely by the roadside. We were stuck for hours before a passing motorist lent us his spare. So this isn't a skill check. It might just be like, what is the appropriate reaction to this? But they also don't know what the reactions are going to be. The Fraulein drove like a thing possessed. She positively whooped after each corner as though she hasn't expected to clear the bend without turning us turtle. It was a good thing Vicoli and Louisa couldn't see it. She was driving fast, so I couldn't throw her out. I enjoyed the ride. I like the idea of Smith warming up. I'm going to enjoy this ride. It reminded me of those motor rallies we used to have when we were up at Oxford. Do you remember those, Aubrey? Louise's voice was growing louder from the back, quavering, and not just from the bumps in the road. Papa, isn't that a German lady? Papa, what have you done? You'll have a mutiny on your hands soon enough, I warned the Fraulein. You must be getting tired, Fraulein. Let me take the wheel. So where are we going? Or why don't we work out a deal? She isn't going to respond to any kind of deal. If I say this, then she's just going to take us wherever she's going, and I don't necessarily trust her. You must be getting tired, Fraulein. Let me take the wheel. Or you'll have a mutiny on our hands soon enough. I'm gonna take the wheel. How kind you are, she shouted back over the wind and grinding engine. But I rather like driving, especially big trucks. Have you ever driven a truck? It's like being a giant. Max. She was genuinely enjoying herself. Honestly, Aubrey, I was beginning to wonder if she wasn't an Abwehr at all and just some ruddy freelancer. I gave up on conversation and held on white-knuckled to the dashboard for the rest of the ride. Police are searching for you. Multiple drivers spotted our suspect struck by the roadside with a burst tire. Apparently he was in the company of a beautiful blonde woman. Could it be the Fraulein? Is she in danger? We must hurry. Yes. Get out, said the Fraulein. She sounded almost bored all of a sudden. Go in there. I'll go where I choose. Or, ladies first. Or, aren't you going to drag me inside by the ears? I don't want to be dragged inside by the ears. I think the second one. Ladies first. She made no sign of leaving the driver's seat of the truck. A raised eyebrow. They don't allow women in there, she said. And don't look so surprised. Your English clubs are just as bad. You wouldn't have found the clubhouse the least bit impressive, Aubrey? Should I take Vicoli in with me? Or who's inside? Who's inside? Oh, you know, Smith. My people are much like yours, I expect, replied Wolf, with a look of sour disdain. Men who loll about all day in nice clubs waiting for cables and Italian girls. She paused to adjust her hair in the mirror. In you go then, quickly now. Should I take Vicoli with me? Not until they have some answers. Or you think they're going to appreciate a British agent turning up in their private club? I want to get some answers. More water. I'd waited long enough. What's so special about the girl? What does she know? I couldn't tell you, but the agent's in their can, she said, pointing at the clubhouse door. If you pretend to know more than you do, I'm sure they'll let it slip. She grinned one of her more childish grins. Now go in. I'm cold and I want you to deliver me a breakfast. Then she blew the horn of the truck. The sound rolled against the valley like a stone in the barrel. I think you've forgotten which side I'm on. Or I pushed open the door and went inside. Or I cast a final glance toward Wolf. I got got a class in 5, so going to leave you to your spying. It's a very enjoyable game. It's really good. It's you know, smallish game, but I think it's very charming and kind of interesting. Even if some of the traveling things aren't as interesting as some other games. But yeah, enter your class, and I'm gonna solve this mystery. Forgotten which side I'm on. Pushed open the door and went inside. I pushed open the door and went inside. I'm not gonna fuss about. Into the lion's den, or so I thought. The Missile Club. There's a missile right in the center. The clubhouse was dimly lit, comfortably quiet space. It was a dimly lit, comfortably quiet place. Gas lamps on the tables, a single electric bulb above the bar, the air thick with wood smoke, cigar smoke, and roasted cheese. This sounds nice. I can't walk silently into the room because I've already had the horn go off. I'm gonna just walk silently and let them speak. Two men on one side were playing chess. One was falling asleep while the other chewed his mustache, tips in concentration. On the other side, a man was intently tearing a newspaper into strips and burning them in the flame of a table lamp. No one seemed to notice me. A waiter slid over as though on skates. Senor, he began. I believe I'm expected, or the Germans. Where are the Germans? Or, what is this place? I'm gonna go, what is this place? The Fraulein has double-crossed you. This is the Missile Club, Senor. I'm afraid we have members-only policy. That was the moment I heard the engine of the truck outside roaring to life. You must think me the perfect Flum Aubrey, or I turned and raced for the door, or I swore like a pirate for several minutes. I'm gonna, So the game before hasn't rewarded me for turning and running. I'm gonna do it anyway. Not fast enough. I was there just in time to see the truck disappearing around a corner and off into the gathering dark. The waiter appeared smoothly at my elbow. Perhaps Senor would like to become a member? That's pretty good. I liked it a lot. I like that double cross. That was a lot of fun. And one route. I stole a car from outside the club and gave chase. Wild. Complication. I heard a horn blasting behind me. It seems a few fellows from the Missile Club had noticed me hot wiring the car outside, and they'd piled into a boxy black sedan to give chase. A test of audacity or a test of guile? I like the idea of being guile in this situation. Guiley. When it became clear I could now pace them, I swerved off the road and turned off my lights. The idiots zoomed past, oblivious. I waited 10 minutes to make sure I'd shaken the blighters off, then proceeded happily to Lavago. Lavago? Lavago. What a cool place. I really like how the mountains move when you move the mouse. Okay. It was getting dark. I was riding through the valley without my lights on, hoping for a stroke of luck. Then I had one in Lavago. There was the truck. The Fraulein had pulled it up in front of a little tavern. Careless. She must have thought I'd be stranded without a ride. I climbed into the back of the truck to wait out the night. I stormed inside to confront her. First things first, I cut the fuel line up the truck. So if I clamber into the back of the truck, I'm going to be freezing. If I storm inside to confront her, she's just going to laugh at me. Be more careful next time. And if I cut the fuel line of the truck's just not going to work, and that's going to be bad. I'm going to hide. I feel like that's me getting the upper hand, at the very least. Just so she can't, like, you know, she's comfortable with how this goes. There was an old tarp for a blanket. I endured worse, as you know, Aubrey. In fits and starts, I got to sleep. Oh, shit. Germany invades Poland. What a twist. In the early hours of this morning, German troops marched across the border into Poland. Germany's Chancellor Adolf Hitler alleges the invasion is in response to an attack last night by Polish soldiers on a radio tower near the German border city of Gliwice. Polish leaders issued statements calling on their allies, Britain and France, to mount a military response in accordance with agreements signed between the three nations earlier this year. Fuck. What a cool car. I was abruptly awoken by a very fat man who was trying to sit on me. Vakoli jumped like a deer when I moved, then burst into laughter. Mr. Smith, I thought you were a bear. The Fraulein head swiveled around from the driver's seat. Oh, it's you again. You don't give up, do you? Never. Or? You regret bringing me into this. Or? I was worried you might be lonely. I like... Never end. You regret bringing me into this. My favorite is you'll regret bringing me into this because it's more ominous. Oh, I doubt that, she smiled. But Biesca did feel like too easy a victory. Alright, let's figure out where we're going. Only one route? The Fraulein started the engine as we headed along the valley. To Ambry. A complication. We came across a car crashed into a tree. Had obviously been a bit too bold around a tight bend. Louisa insisted we stop and help. Wolf, of course, said we didn't have time. A test of gallantry or a test of caution? I'm gonna go caution. I wanted to pass the crashed car without a second glance, but unfortunately the bend was as perilous as advertised. We almost crashed right beside him. He got an awfully good look at my face as we reversed shamefully back on road. Fair enough. I don't like these skill checks. They're so vague. I don't know how to succeed on them or what to do, what the moral is behind them. I'm just gonna pick what's fun. The road wandered through the valley like a drunk, going backwards almost as much as it went forwards, sometimes climbing, sometimes falling steeply away. The Fraulein was still behind the wheel, driving fast. There was a tunnel at the end of this valley, Louisa remarked to no one in particular. She was staring at the window of the front passenger seat. The Fraulein was still driving, and I was now in the back with Vakoli. I saw it marked on a map back in the castle. Why were the soldiers showing a map? Is this valley ever going to end? Well, that's the Gotthard tunnel. It's the rail line out of Airolo. I'm gonna ask the question that gives me the most answers. They didn't show it to me. They were rolling it up when the Capitano brought me into the room. I turned to glance at Vakoli, who shrugged. My daughter is usually right about these things. If there's one thing I've never liked, Aubrey, it's a girly swat. And I can't say I care much for credulous, doting fathers either. Make that two things I've never liked. I don't like Smith. He dislikes fathers who are kind to their daughters and women who know things. Anyway, police say our suspect was recognized by a man who'd heard his description on the radio. Those broadcasts are paying off. Can't wait to tell the chief. Cow! What? I was just about to say this game feels kind of repetitive, but then cows with flowers on their heads just like charge at a car. Aubrey, let me introduce the wonderful little Hamlet of Ambry. Let me also introduce its marvelous tradition of dressing cattle up like maidens at a midsummer maypole and parading them through the streets. It began ominously with the echoing of 100 toeless cowbells. We were making slow progress already due to people coming up the roads to see the cows, or this is going to slow you down a bit, Fraulein, I observed cheerfully. I'll do that one. She stopped the truck on into its lowest gear. We idled so slowly the engine stalled out. Behind the cows were the cattle drivers, yodeling and hollering to jolly them along. The creatures themselves were adorned with garlands of flowers and ribbons. It was a bit too floral for my taste, boring. It was quite delightful, true. Or I had a mind to join in the yodeling. Weird. Let's go with this one. Why don't we have traditions like this in England, Aubrey? It makes our British farmers seem rather dour in comparison. Anyway, it was glorious luck. What better diversion could there be for staging an escape? There are really weird British traditions. I don't know them well because I'm not British, but you know, maypoles weird. Hobby horses are weird. Europe's strange. Anyway, perhaps I could convince the farmers to walk them the other way, or just drive through them, can't you? Or you get out and clear us a path. I'll get out and clear us a path. I'm gonna clear a path. The Fraulein sighed. Thank you. I got down from the cab. The smell in the road was something. It was nothing compared to the cacophony of the bells. From the road, I drew the Mauser and pointed at the Fraulein. Whoa! It's a new little stamp. Moving to the back, I gestured for the Italians to come out. I caught Louise's eye through the window of the van and winked. I feel like if I point the gun at, like, basically I'm thinking that if the Fraulein knows as much as me, she is going to use it to her advantage. But if she's left in the dark, then that's easier. So I'm going to move to the back of the van so I'm out of sight and gesture for the Italians to come out. Escape by cow achievement unlocked. They crept out onto the road. Even more cattle were gathering around now. It was as though we had driven our truck into a raging river. I found Vercolli's hand and he Louise's, and we quickly wound our way between the dancing cattle, between the buildings to the edge of the village, onto the open road beyond. Freedom. That's amazing. I like that little twist. Where are we going? Alright. Click on the compass. Yes! Multiple routes! We lost no time in hiking uphill away from the road, or we hitched a ride to Airolo on a fruit cart. I'm gonna take a ride. You know what? I've done enough. I've done enough walking in this game so far. It's time to take my time. Complication. The old woman driving the fruit cart had a face like a wizened apple and broad, calloused hands. She innocently asked why we were traveling together, putting us all on the spot. Test of bluster? Test of honesty. See, right now, I have to decide whether... What's with this weird string? Bizarre. Whether she is someone I can speak honestly to, or whether she's just gonna rat me out to the cops, or whether I should lie to her. I'm gonna be honest with her, because I think like last time I got on a bad thing for not doing. I got in trouble for not helping the people in the car. I'm gonna be honest. I decided to tell the truth, not the whole truth, of course. I said Louise's life is in danger, and we need to stay low. The old woman processed that, then nodded and said we'd be safe with her. But would we? On the far side of Ambry, we hitched a ride in a cart driven by a friendly woman off to Airolo to see her daughter. The cart was filled with barrels of red currants. Currants? Currants. There wasn't much room for us, and our hands and clothes had been stained red as though we'd been in a terrible fight. We decided we would head to Zurich. I don't need to tell you why, obviously. It was a good place to lie low and decide on a course, or from there it would be easy to bundle them off to France by rail, although I hadn't said that. I like that. Pardon me. The only flaw in this plan was that Zurich was over 100 miles away, and we still had a Nazi on our tail. Will she follow us? Will she follow us? Louisa asked. Eventually, yes. You need to tell me what she's after. Or I can't see how. No, I'm gonna not make the same mistake she does and just assume that she's watching. So I'm gonna say you have to tell me what she's after. Find out information. Louisa shook her head. Nothing. I'm grateful for your help, but I know nothing. The cart rattled on, and it seemed to shake Louisa's nerves free a little. The view is beautiful, Louisa enthused. It's as good as in a painting. Rather better, I should think. Yes, I suppose it is. Or I'm rather more focused on keeping us safe. I'm gonna say yes, I suppose it is, because that's nice. And yes. The cart rattled into the town. Suddenly Louisa exclaimed, "That's it. Do you remember the tunnel I told you about? It's here. I mean somewhere. But I recognize the contours. How can you be so sure? Can you find it? Or keep your eyes peeled for it. It might give us an advantage." I like that one. It makes it seem like I have a plan. Which I do not. The collie noticed and nodded. Louisa only frowned, as though she was thinking of something else. But whatever it was, she didn't share. Wow! This structure is incredible. What the hell is this? If Louisa's recollection of a secret tunnel out of Airolo was correct, then my guess for an entrance was somewhere in the military fort at the foot of the Gotthard Pass. Seems reasonable. The fort was a granite roof block sunk into the ground, with a wide trench encircling it. It must have been filled up with snow for 6 months of every year and buried the place completely. If there really is a tunnel, Louisa hissed, as we crouched in a stand of bushes by the edge of the trench, then how are we going to get in it? I do not like tunnels, the collie added, unhelpfully. I scouted the perimeter. We'll have to get into the fort somehow, or we could knock on the door and ask. I am going to scout the perimeter. Like a pro. Creeping through some bushes, I reached the edge of the trench and peered down. Oops, sorry about the bumping the microphone. The drop was about 6 feet. The trench ran in two directions, back towards the fort and away from it, sloping down towards a dark arched opening. A tunnel, just as Louise had said. Slithered over the edge and down to the trench. I don't like the image of this man slithering. I waited and watched. Good move. Or I scrambled back to the others to tell them what I'd found. I'm gonna wait and watch. Always do the perception checks. No soldiers came in or out of the tunnel. It seemed likely it was never used. A scuffle in the bushes announced the arrival of Louisa. That's quite a drop, she observed, sticking her head out over the edge. It's not as far as it looks. I'll go first, or you think you can make it? I go first. The drop down the glass was perhaps 6 feet, I slid myself over the edge, clinging on with my fingers, until finally I dropped. Now you, Louisa. It's easy. For you, perhaps, she hissed back. You're taller than me. Come on now, I'll catch you. Or, you can do it, or, come on, nothing to worry about. Come on now, I'll catch you. She grumbled. Her face disappeared, then a pair of shoes appeared over the edge of the trench. As soon as the legs were reached, I grabbed them. Now you go, I told her, through a mouth full of skirt. Bad image. No, she called down, because if I let go, I will fall. Trust me, I have you. Just do it. Or, Vicoli, give your daughter a shot, would you? Mean, and nice. Louisa trusts you. Good. She let go, but her balance was all off. Or was it mine? We fell backwards together onto the grass. Louisa cried out, then laughed with embarrassment. We both did. Better luck next time, eh? I said as I rose and offered her my hand. We looked up towards the edge, where Vicoli wasn't. Fuck. He wasn't with you when you came to find me? He's run away? Perhaps he saw something coming. I'm gonna ask, he wasn't with you when you came to find me. Let's get to the bottom of this. No. She cupped her hands to her mouth. Papa! Nothing. Maybe he's lost sight of us, Louisa suggested. Then I'm afraid he's on his own. He's been silent the last little while. In the game. I suppose we might wait a moment or two. We're not going to be able to get back up there to get him, or then I'm afraid he's on his own. I'm going to say we're not going to be able to get back up here to get him. I feel like Smith might be very blunt about this in an unpleasant way, which I don't like, but let's go with that. Louisa looked horrified. He knows where we're headed. He'll meet us there. Or he'll be safe enough on the train. Or he must have seen how far the drop was and turned back. I'm going to say he knows where we're headed. He'll meet us there. She crossed her arms. I'm not going without him. What's your plan then? Climb back here on my shoulders like a circus performer? You may have to. Or he was slowing us down anyway. I'm going to say you may have to. You've left Vicoli behind. This is unfair. If we had just taken the train out of Erolo, there was the sound of footsteps that settled the argument. Someone was coming. I grabbed Louisa's hand and hurled her way down the tunnel. Drama. The tunnel was narrow and dark and disappeared under the mountain. That's what tunnels are. I don't like the way you have to wait for that thing to tick up. It's annoying me. It's a small thing, but I'm just like... Wow! Wow! That's so pretty. I'm gonna have another drink of water. The darkness of the tunnel beckoned, but Louisa stood by the entrance, refusing to budge. Now we go back for him. He's a grown man, Louisa. He'll be all right. Perhaps you should go and look for him inside the army base. Or can you see any sign of him? I like that one the most. No. We were both whispering, our hissed words echoing way down the dark tunnel in front of us. If they've found him, they'll have put him on the train. Or he knows where we're going. Or we can't stand here forever, Louisa. If I say we can't stand here forever, Louisa, I feel that she's just going to be like, let's head back. If I say he knows where we're going, I've already said that, and if they found him, they'll have put him on the train. I feel like that's the most reassuring, despite the fact that it is not very nice. She was still watching the tunnel mouth. You'll think we get to Goshen and find him, what, sitting with his feet up in the sun? He'll be fine, Louisa, as long as he doesn't fall asleep and forget to get off. Or he's your father. You know him better than me. It's not a great answer, but it sort of puts the onus into her, whether she has faith in her father to get out of this. I do, she replied, but I could see that she had given in. I took her arm in the semi-darkness. Come on. This way. We'll be in Gutschen in a few hours, and your father will be there, I promise. The tunnel seemed to run for miles. With no electric lighting, it was pitch dark. Narrow enough that we had to walk single file. I led the way. Are there rats down here? Louisa asked. There must be rats. Shh, did you hear that? Or? They'll have nothing to eat down here. That's dark. Or rats can't hurt you. That's not good. That's patronizing. That's the word I was looking for. Patronizing. Horrifying. Not good either. Oh, okay. So that's like they'd have nothing to eat down here, so they're not here. Okay, I like that better. Except for us, she grumbled. We walked on, underground in darkness. Time and distance, telescope outwards. Intimacy is easy. Okay. Your father seems devoted to you. Those Italian soldiers, did they hurt you? I'm not going to let anything happen to you, Louisa. Let's talk about your father. Louisa nodded, thought for a moment. Do you have any children, Smith? I wouldn't be a good father? No? None that I know of. I'm going to say no. So I might be a good father. And is there no one back home? No girl, hoping? No? I've not misled anyone that badly, if that's what you mean. There was a girl once, but not anymore. I like that. Why? Did she marry your best friend? Yes, she did in the end, but I don't mind. I don't know what happened to her. It wouldn't have worked. Huh. Interesting. What a weird turn for this. I like the writing in this game. Yes, she did in the end, but I didn't mind. That's kind of jovial, but I like the idea of getting into, like, stuff. I'm gonna go with this one. I don't know what happened to her. I see, you fall in love with someone, but then all of a sudden you disappear from her life because of your work. Depressing to hear it down in black and white like that, but the girl wasn't wrong. We stopped. I stopped. We had reached a branch. Identical tunnels disappeared into darkness in both directions. We had left now, Louisa said. You're certain? How do you remember this map so well, after all this time? Or... Hush, we need to think about this. I'm going to say you're certain. Yes, the tunnel on the right takes us back down south, according to the map. After a thoughtful pause, she added, I have a photographic memory. I remember everything I see, even if I've only glimpsed it. Are you serious? Or that was what she claimed, Aubrey? Or no, I've heard it all. Why not believe the lady? I think this doesn't include me seeing anything, so I'm going to go with that. That's what she claimed, Aubrey. A photographic memory, Cripes. We went left. Wow, this is a long one. A glimmer of light, but it wasn't the exit. It was coming from the arc lamp strung along the length of the railway line. Our secret passage had opened out into the wider darkness of the Gotthard rail tunnel. You saw something in Milan, something you weren't supposed to see. Those Italian soldiers, did they hurt you? A memory like yours, Louisa, it would be invaluable in a war. You saw something in Milan, something you weren't supposed to see. Cool. Louisa entrusted you with her secret. I paused to see if she would confirm my suspicions, but she said nothing. I tried again. Those Italian soldiers, they wanted you to tell them about it. She thought for a long time, then nodded. It's a blueprint for a compact radio transmitter, small enough to fit in a suitcase. The resistance got it from the Russians. Oh, she said this. It's a blueprint from a compact radio transmitter, small enough to fit in a suitcase. The resistance got it from the Russians. I thought he was just making this incredible guess. I was like, well done, Smith. A radio inside a suitcase, Aubrey. Can you imagine? It sounded like poppycock to me, but then what would I know? Radio inside a suitcase, Aubrey. Can you imagine? If I had had one of those, I could have radio control from Rivia San Vital, knowing straight away that Vicoli wasn't my contact. I'd never have met this girl at all. How did the soldiers know about your memory? And you remember all of it, the entire blueprint? How did the Fräulein come to hear about you? I'm interested in that. I still don't understand that part of the saga. She knows the Capitano. I saw her on his arm at a party once. She had a different accent, but of course you remembered her face. Louisa nodded. The tunnel filled with a roar. We pressed ourselves against the stone wall as a train thundered past. The echoes battered us in raves. Thank heavens the train was electric. If it had been a steamer, we might have been poached. Not much further, Louisa said. I'm not going to let anything happen to you, Louisa, or... You really do have a photographic memory? I don't want to flirt with this, 20-year-old. So I'm just going to leave that. She was quiet for a moment. I really do. Ever since I was little. Papa says I could write down whole words I'd seen before I even knew how to read. We walked on, now with a coin of sunlight ahead, drawing us along towards the end of the tunnel. Right a tunnel. I like that. I like how the other lines were like curving and twisting around, and then this one's just like a straight line. The tunnel came out at Göttschönen. We disembarked at Göttschönen. As we walked across the platform, a police whistle shrieked behind us, and we heard the thundering of heavy boots. "Stop right there," shouted an officious voice. A test of nerves or a test of courage? Let's do test of nerves. I want to stay still and act cool rather than rush back and fight. Even though courage, whatever this thing is, has served me well so far. What? Test of nerves. I ran for it, grabbing Louisa and pulling her along behind me. In a matter of moments, we were out of the station, red-faced and gasping for breath. "Idiota," shouted Louisa once she'd recovered. They weren't chasing us. That's what I meant to do. This game. I like the writing. I don't like the way they kind of join up. The moments. The police are searching for you. Suspicious character ran away from one of our officers at the Göttschönen station. Sounds like our suspect. I can't wait to wrap up this investigation. Soon the chief will have to take back what he said about me. We arrive at the station. Göttschönen. Graciasello, Vercoli exclaimed, rising to clasp his daughter's hand, kiss her on both cheeks, before nodding to me. I am very glad you made it. You've caught the sun, Louisa remarked to her father. I thought the train went through a tunnel. 6 or 7 minutes only. Since then, I've had a gelato, a coffee, and a little siesta outside this charming cafe. He's been sitting with his feet up in the sun. Oh god. We should get out of sight. This is no place for a touching reunion. Or the moment called for celebration. This is no place for touching reunion. Ooh, Act 3, the chase. 6 or 7 minutes only. Since then, I've had a gelato, a coffee, and a little siesta outside this charming cafe. I read that again. Sorry. I'll admit, I was growing rather fond of them. But honestly, sitting in broad daylight, right by the only rail line in town, it was as if he wanted the Germans to catch him. We took lunch in a hotel perched at the base of one mountain, with a view across the valley into the next. We tore through our starters and soup. Louisa wiped both her hands on a napkin, then thrust one of them in my general direction. We've still not been properly introduced. My name is Louisa Maria Alessandra Vicoli. Smith? Asherton White, I replied. A pleasure. A pleasure. But you do not have a name, I suppose, she persisted. The German called you Smith. What's your first name? Marcus Smith? Everybody just calls me Smith, or just call me Smith. All my friends do. So should I lean in that it's true my name really is Smith, or... I like the idea of making it think my name is Marcus Smith. Marcus is an Italian name. Louisa shook her head and waved across the bread at me. It does not suit you, she declared. She wiped her bowl with the bread in the Italian manner. Is Smith your real name? Best if you don't know my real name. Yes, it is. Or it's what I answer to. Yes, it is. Smith is a very suspicious name. It's a name that unmarried lovers use when they want to spend the night together in a hotel. Vicoli looked at his daughter in some alarm. In novels, Papa, obviously, she added, patting him on the arm. Please excuse my daughter, Vicoli put in. She forgets her manners sometimes. I find manners to be overrated. Nope. I've noticed and it's most refreshing. Nope. Or these times call for plain speaking. A bit of honesty. Is that so, Mr. Smith? Louisa shot back. She skewered a melon ball, then chomped it down like a noisy child. You speak excellent English, Louisa. Or? So tell me, Louisa, if you weren't escaping for your life, what would you be doing now? Or are you with the fascists or are you with the Mussolini? That's too abrupt. Let's talk about this. Studying, she answered. My daughter is training to be an engineer, her colleague began. They do not usually accept women, but they have made us an exception for my Louisa on account of her special gifts. He beamed with a father's pride. My Louisa's memory is exceptional. How do you say in English? Exceptional. Coffee came with slabs of chocolate. That sounds great. From a famous chocolatier on the Swiss town of Schweiz, allegedly. Vicoli broke his in half and put the other half on his daughter's plate. I stirred my coffee and gazed out of the view. We will get you somewhere safe, I promise you. Oh, we need to get moving soon. Louisa gulped down the rest of her coffee. It was one of those Viennese-style ones with whipped cream on top. Nice. She scooped the remaining cream out from the bottom of a cup with her finger. Aubrey, I think the girl was raised by wolves. What? I'm ready now, she said. The hotel bar swilled with millionaires and debutantes. From the window, we had a view over the cars assembling for the Gürtchen to Interlaken road race. No one seemed to have a care in the world. There's a train to Erstfield in a few hours, I remarked. From there is an hour more to Zurich. We're almost there. And will Zurich be safe? Vicoli begged. I do not know if we can return to Italy. As safe as anywhere can be these days. I have people in Zurich. Or your troubles will finally be over, Vicoli. I'm going to say that one just to calm down. It's not true, but it's nice to say. Good, good. But Smith, how can I ever repay you for what you've done to us? Just look after your daughter. Perhaps your daughter can tell me about that radio transmitter. Or be careful next time, Primo. I want to say this because having a radio transmitter is cool. Yeah, I'm going to say this. That was why it helped them after all. Perhaps you would consider recalling a few details of those plans before we part ways. Oh, that again, she replied with a sigh. I'm still thinking about it. You are you? What's to think about? Or you can trust me, Louisa. It said before that Louisa can trust me, so... Now that's very unconvincing, she replied. If what I know is as important as you say, should I really hand it over to the British government just like that? Just because some handsome Englishman rescues me from a castle? Verbatim, Aubrey, verbatim. We need to get some tickets, Louisa declared, rising to her feet. I'll go. Stay with your father, I'll go. Or I'll come with you, or... And if the Fräulein appears in the queue behind you? You better go with her, Smith, Macaulay said nervously, to be on the safe side. Louisa rolled her eyes, but did not argue. We set off for the station, I confess. I had a little spring in my step. The girl had called me handsome. Ah, Smith, fuck off. It's kind of interesting, because, like, the game is very clearly leading me in a specific direction. Like, there was no option there, I think, just to sort of, like, let her go. It was, I go with her no matter what. But I felt like each choice that I had was something, like, there was one that I was interested in going towards. Even if they're all still in the same direction, in a way that I didn't actually, like, really notice that it was forcing me into one direction or another. Like, I feel like there's enough character in each option that I'm like, this is cool. Anyway. I know your plan is to go to Zurich, Louisa began, once we were walking, but I've seen a map of this region. I think there's some better options. Trust me, Zurich is the only option. I'll explain once we're aboard the train if you like, or your father will, or... Is this another of your secret tunnels? I'm interested in the secret tunnels, so yes. An angry silence. I tried mollifying her a little. Your trick finding us that tunnel in Areola was very helpful, I said, trying to sound encouraging. I don't think I ever thanked you for that at the time, but I'm saying it now, alright? Good. She hurried around in front of me and shoved me in the chest. Why do you insist on talking to me like a child? I am 23 years old. You aren't so much older than me. 23? I'd assume younger, based on precisely this kind of behavior, in fact. Louisa, you're making a scene, I warned her. I have no luck with women at train stations, Aubrey. Or... I'm 31. I'm going to say I'm 31. Bastardo. She threw the insult at me with a wave of her hand. Then just like that, she stormed away. I should have gone after her to apologize, but I didn't. I was damn well going to get the ticket so we could get on the train and get out of danger. And I had just about reached the station when I heard it. Okay. A scream, then the roar of a car engine. I walked out onto the road, already knowing it was too late. I raced back down the street. Racing hasn't helped me in the past, so I'll just click that. A few people were crouched either side of something lying on the side of the road. I grabbed a stranger. Was there a car? Which way did it go? I raced over to see who it was. Louisa? Or the picture was clear enough at a glance. Wolf grabbing Louisa, her collie trying to stop her, Wolf running him over with a car. I pushed the onlookers aside to reach his side. The man's name is Primo Vocoli. See, he is well cared for. Or I took a better run. I feel like if I don't encounter a named character, they're not suspicious. So if I'm like, he's Primo Vocoli to just a random stranger, someone's going to take care of him. I don't think I can run down a car. So I'll do this. Of course, but where are you? I was already gone. There was not a moment to lose. See, no matter what, I'm going to be rushed off. So that's fine. Am I on a train? Furka Pass. I was behind the wheel of a racing car in moments. Cool. Alright. I'm going to go to the bathroom briefly. I should be back in 1 moment. So I've been sitting here drinking water for a while. So I'm going to mute myself and then we'll go on break. Hold on, let's jump over here. And do that. And I'll be back in a sec. Alright, back again. Let's jump back into it. A complication. Damn car wouldn't start, Aubrey. The engine coughed like a geriatric, turned over, and went back to sleep. I had to get it going. The Fraulein was getting further away by the minute. A test of finesse? A test of brute force. I'm gonna go with finesse. What? What is that? Okay. I didn't press to steal the damn car. I was trying to fix the damn thing. As I fiddled with the wires, the car's owner wandered out of the hotel, intrigued by the hubbub, and caught a glimpse of me. Fortunately, I managed to get the engine roaring just in time, and left him choking in the dust. Choking on dust. So it's like it's a weird fail state because that's not what I intended to do. I guess I intended to do, but it's kind of like context I don't get until I do it. But at the same time, I have not been at risk of being caught by the police. Or the Polizei. That's not been an issue so far, so whatever. police are searching for you. A wealthy gentleman came to us in tears to report our suspect had stolen his favourite car. Another stolen car. Can this man be stopped? Luckily, it's a very distinctive vehicle. True. Ooh. It's Halcyon's skiing moment. In a hot-wired Maserati, souped up by some hair-brained Swiss mechanic under orders from a millionaire idiot. An idiot who didn't deserve a car like this one. The Fraulein drove fast, but I could drive faster. I might have died on that road, Aubrey. I like the first one. I like the idea of just going with a finesse. Perhaps having it stolen would teach the bladder a lesson. The transmission worked only half the time. The gears changed with a squeal. For all I knew, the damned caps weren't even screwed in. The car tore through the landscape like a red bullet. It was rather fun, or it was a car made by fools for fools, so I drove it like a fool. All these are kind of interesting. The red one has the least interesting writing, just repeating the word fool a number of times. It was rather fun. I like the idea of it's rather fun. I like the idea of I stayed on the road. Could I have fallen off? Fuck. I relaxed onto the into the front wheel steering, leant back, and ran the engine hot. But I was smart about it. Maseratis are known to flip and roll, Aubrey. I played it safe and kept it on the road. Ooh, there I am. The little spy. I drove up the mountain ridge, taking the turns and swerves with ease. For a moment, I thought I caught a glimpse in the car further ahead, going fast. Then I lost it behind another switchback. No matter, I would catch them soon enough. I'm legitimately, like, I'm tapping my foot along because it seems tense, even though it's just like still images and text. Let's go to the Overlook Hotel. 10 minutes beyond Meringen, the road forks into two. One road leads to Zurich in Germany, the other to Bern and eventually to France. The Fraulein was most likely going for the German border. The Fraulein would have places to hide in the Alps. Or it would be foolish to guess which road they're taking. Correct, because like we've heard that she is some kind of a spy who has used multiple accents, and this might be her trying to hide who she's really working for. She might also be freelance. We don't actually know. So I'm going to say, I don't know. I needed more information. I approached the hotel concierge. Perhaps some old-fashioned detective work would prevail. Or I went to talk to the patrons of the hotel bar. Let's do detective work. Tire tracks, signs of any kind of hasty entrance or exit, that sort of thing. There are a few markets, traders set up on the roadside, selling bread and fresh fruit and cherries in barrels. I scoured the drive, the bushes around. I found nothing. No scraps of cloth, no earrings, no Mauser. Perhaps the Fraulein had not even stopped in Meringen at all. Let's try again, I guess. I prowled the hotel grounds. I went to talk to the patrons at the hotel bar. I approached the hotel concierge. I told him I was looking for two women, and he raised an eyebrow at me. Two, sir? The blonde is my fiancée. She ran off with a young friend. They're a pair of swindlers who cheated me at cards, or there's a 20 in it for you. Should I try and bribe this person? I know this worked in the past. No, this is gonna raise too many questions. I'm gonna go with here's a 20. The concierge held his hand out, palm down, a little distance from above the counter, and said nothing. I folded my arms. I folded a folded a 20 franc note and slipped it under his palm. Or I folded a 10 franc note and slipped it under his palm. That's very funny, but I'm gonna pay the man. I believe one of our older gentlemen guests noticed a German woman asking for directions to Interlaken, sir, but there was a man with her. I thanked him, and then I raced out of the hotel and dived back into the Maserati. Ooh, 2 routes. The road to Interlaken followed the edge of the lake, or a post bus ran to Interlaken daily. I'm gonna go to the post box. The post bus. The boiling over of tensions in Europe seems to have made even the Swiss twitchy. The harmless little post bus was stopped at a roadblock and searched by a soldier who asked to see my papers. A test of charisma, a test of stealth. Charisma. My fake papers had gone missing. I made stammering excuses, but the soldier hauled me out and poked my rifle to my ribs, giving me the 3rd degree. Eventually he relented and let us carry on, but I'd lost time. Is it like no matter what I get a failure? Or am I just picking them badly? The road was dreadfully scenic, Aubrey. That's the sort of route poets would lose their marbles trying to describe. But I wouldn't bother. I didn't see any of it. The sun set across the mountains in a whiskey-coloured blaze, and I didn't drink a drop of it. One question consumed me. Where was the Fraulein taking Louisa? Who was the man with them? If Louisa had truly memorized the secret radio transmitter blueprints... I'm tempted to click this one just to find out what the rest of the question was. But I think Smith would be most concerned with where was the Fraulein taking Louisa. Because it's also, who does the Fraulein work for? This wasn't the way to the German border. She must have had some other destination in mind, somewhere between here and France. These are my thoughts as I tap my fingers and will the post bus to go faster. The police are searching for you. Also, this image of this Polizei is the only like non-picture we've had. This is the only actual image of a person, and it's very weird. I don't like it. Soldier put out of the postbox and questioned you. With the outbreak of war, the army's been mobilized. Apparently their duties extend to quizzing random travelers, yet they let our suspect go with only a warning. Honestly, what a missed opportunity. They should leave investigations to the experts. Again, that's one little stamp. Interlaken Markt or hotel or whatever this is. I'm gonna go to the Markt. Nope. I'm gonna go to the hotel. Okay, the other ones didn't work. I arrived in the Interlaken in darkness and checked into the first hotel I found. Once in the room, I collapsed on the bed in a heap, barely even kicked off my shoes. My eyes closed, and all I could see was Primo Collie's face. Withdraw from Poland or face war, Chamberlain warns Germans. In a speech to the House of Commons last night, Britain's Prime Minister launched a scathing attack on Germany. He warned that if German troops were not withdrawn from Poland, Britain would honour its pledges to its Polish ally and initiate military action against Germany. I ate quickly, then headed over to the town's covered market. If all had come through Interlaken, she may have stocked up on supplies. After a few false starts, I struck gold at the stall of an old boot seller. A tall blonde woman in a brown-haired girl, you say. Ah, perhaps you mean the nurse. She came through here with her ward yesterday. They were going to Lauterbrunnen, just south of here. Excuse me. Her ward? You're certain? What's in Lauterbrunnen? Bracing mountain air. The doctor seems to think it would help with the girl's, mental condition. A doctor? An Austrian doctor? So the girl is mad, is she? What did they buy? I feel like I already know the answer to this one. I know it's going to be an Austrian doctor because it's the person I've seen with her before, so I'll go with this one. What do they buy? Crampons for snow climbing. Snow climbing? Where on earth are they going? Alright. That's all I need to know. I continued south on foot. Now an interesting challenge. Oh, good. I hear the call of cows. Lauterbrunnen was buried in a deep valley. Its streets boomed with the endless cries of the waterfalls plunging down the mountains either side. At the very bottom of this place is a tavern with a dark corner, and in this corner were the drooping mustaches of Herr Dr. Schweiger, a broken man. I couldn't help but admire the Fräulein's handiwork. There was no sign of the others. I couldn't help but admire the Fräulein's handiwork. I don't know what that means. To gut such a man, with a nice car and excellent profession, so efficiently, so ruthlessly. There are Japanese chefs, Aubrey, who can debone a mackerel with a few deft flicks of a knife. It is a shame they don't allow women to do it, otherwise she might have found her true calling. I sat down opposite him. He looked up sharply. A flash of hope died on his face as soon as it appeared. Oh, it's you. If you've hurt Louisa, you'll be sorry. True. So, Herr Schweiger, we meet again? Or left you, has she? I'm going to say this one. The Italian girl? Oh, her. No, the girl is fine. She just wanted to talk to her. Somewhere to get away from you. Somewhere away from you. Tell me where she went, or I'll break you in half. What happened? Or has she abandoned you and taken Louisa with her? I like this one because the subtle approach to sort of getting what I want. Herr Schweiger nodded. She just disappeared, he replied, like a lost child. I went to the bar to get her a gin and tonic. That's all I did. And then when you came back, she was gone? You were kidnapping that girl? But she took Louisa with her, yes? I'm going to say kidnapping the girl, because that's bad. Were we? But she said, aren't you the one trying to kidnap the Italian girl? I don't understand. He had it bad, Aubrey. Whatever Wolf had done to him in the last 48 hours, she'd done it exceptionally well. I'm going to find her. You can still redeem yourself. Help me find Louisa. Or stay here and drink your beer, Schweiger. Help me find Louisa. I don't care about Louisa, but if you know where Emanuela is, then I'll come with you. Emanuela. Honestly, Aubrey, what a chump. Alright. Let's go. There's only one route out of Lauterbrunnen, and that was up. We sat facing each other on either side of the train car. Schweiger looked ill, sweating despite the icy mountain air. He caught my eyes on him. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Okay, no, it won't appear as weird. Talking to myself. Alright. We sat faced each other on either side of the train car. Either side of the train car. Schweiger looked ill, sweating despite the icy mountain air. He caught my eyes on him. I see you judging me, he growled, but I love her. I tell you. Call me a fool if you like, but I do. At least he had some spirit left in him. But surely you know she's a Nazi. Or you'll get over it. I'll do this. Because even if she isn't a Nazi, one, she's posing as one. But two, she called me a Nazi before. Yes, but what of it? The Nazis are reuniting our German people. We Austrians are proud to be part of the German Reich. Is it a crime to be a patriot? But Schweiger, as a doctor, you must see how wrong her ideas are. Yes, when patriotism leads to tyranny and murder. I saw then that Schweiger had been lost years before the Fraulein met him. I'm going to say this. When patriotism leads to tyranny and murder. Yes, we have strong leaders now, but they are needed, Schweiger replied dismissively, to restore our way of life and defend it from those who wish to destroy it. He was nodding, like a boy proudly telling his father what he'd learned at school that day. Damn it, man, can't you see the Nazis are leading Europe into another war? And when the Nazis come for you, for your family? Damn it, man, must you blindly accept everything your government tells you? I could ask the same question of you, Englishman. My government doesn't go around murdering its critics. Not true. I shouldn't have bothered arguing, Aubrey. Their way of thinking cannot be defeated by reasoned argument. It speaks only the language of violence and power. Nazism is a vicious cancer. Our only course is to sharpen our knives and cut it out before it spreads. Fun bit of commentary. It's a bit clumsy. Oh, I thought there was going to be 3 acts, but there is more. We rode the elevator up to the peak of a mountain in silence. At the top, I threw open the cage door and stepped out to a narrow gantry. I tell you, Aubrey, it was the roof of the world. I never had a problem with heights, but this is perhaps my limit. Lethal drops on either side. I like that it has like a number of different ways to say the same thing. It's kind of fun. I like this one the most. The view below was an enormous white void, a vast valley spanned by a frozen river of compacted ice. The Alps Glacier. I turned to look at the brick building behind me. It was topped with a telescope dome, some kind of observatory. There was no way the Fraulein could have doubled back, and nowhere for her to hide. And Schweiger was pointing a gun at me, the Fraulein's little Mauser. She gave me this. She said if I saw you again, I should shoot you. Keep my hands up. I tried to talk sense to the man. She's using you, Schweiger. Surely you see that. He doesn't care. Let's talk about this, shall we? He doesn't care. I'm just here to help Louisa, that's all. Maybe we'll go with this one. Be quiet. The gun took in his hand. Be quiet. He wouldn't have liked to see. I wouldn't have liked to have this doctor extracting a bullet from me. Not with those hands. Let's not do anything foolish, shall we? You don't want to kill anyone, Schweiger. That's not who you are. Let's find Fraulein Wolf and talk about it. Don't waste my time, Schweiger. We both know you're not going to shoot. I'm gonna go with this one. You convinced Herr Schweiger not to shoot you, for the moment at least. But she told me, don't you see? She told me all about you. The gun wavered, badly this time. He lowered it quickly. We'll look for her together then. But if we don't find her, I might shoot you anyway, understand? Fine by me. I took a deep breath. Now let's go inside. It's bloody freezing out here. I headed for the door. Entering the observatory was like stepping into the guts of a gigantic metal beast. Cables and pipes snaked from floor to ceiling. Workbenches were laid out with brass spheres, meshed boxes, mechanical contraptions, spinning discs. Charts and star maps plastered the walls. Gauges ticked, needles scratched out graphs on rolls of paper. All very interesting, I'm sure. I looked under the tables first. Nothing. There was no one there. Schweiger tore through the room in a fury. I thought he might start pulling machines from the walls to see if Fraulein was hiding behind any of them. You said she would be here, he yelled. She has to be here. There's a room above. Try up here. Try up there. At the far end, a door led onto a narrow balcony. A storage locker leant against one wall. There was a trap in the floor. Padlock shut. I cast about for a key but didn't see one. There's room above. Try up there. Let's try the storage locker. I pulled it open, but there was nobody stashed inside, just some old skis, gloves, and boots. What are you doing? Schweiger demanded. Were you expecting a hidden elevator in there? I want to try the balcony. She won't be out there, Schweiger barked. I stepped out anyway. I opened the glass doors, stepped outside, and caught my balance quickly. I was standing at the head of a great long table. Mountains with misty heads of hair were seated on either side. The Alech Glacier was our tablecloth, sheer white and freshly pressed. Two black ants were crawling slowly across it, one in front, the other behind. They were headed towards a small dark notch at the base of one of the mountains. They reached it and disappeared. The meaning of what I had seen was quite clear to me. Forgive the poetry, Aubrey, but it was really big. I blinked, unsure if my vision were blurred by the brilliance of the ice. I like the really big. You really had to be there. You saw something? Schweiger demanded. What did you see? I went back inside. I went back to the storage locker. What are you doing with those? Schweiger demanded, moving to block the way to the far door. I'm gonna punch him. I punched him. Stay here, I'll be back. And this is as far as you can come. Punch. I wouldn't lie, it was quite satisfying. The fellow sprawled himself out cold across the floor. I left him there as a Holmesian puzzle for the next visitor to solve. I strapped on the skis and launched myself over the balcony. Where are you going? Schweiger cried after me. Where? His voice became tiny and was quickly lost. I was already tucking down the slope below. I should get that one on? I didn't catch that one. The snow was firm, not fresh, and I soon picked up a set of skis tracks to follow. There were sledge tracks weaving in and out around them. Then up ahead I caught sight of the entrance of a military bunker, carved into the base of a mountain. Some kind of storage facility, perhaps? Part of Switzerland's vast network of alpine defences? There didn't seem to be any way to approach the bunker except head-on. Fraulein was keeping Eloisa alive, it seemed, but for how much longer? Yeah, let's think about approaching it. There were guards watching. I would have to do some pretty sharp skiing to stay alive, especially if they had a mounted gun. And this is how I die. Go. I approached the heavy steel door of the bunker. The off-white paint, much of it peeled and chipped, appeared yellow against the snow. What were German agents doing in a Swiss military bunker? I couldn't see any way to open the door. Oh, I stashed the skis out of sight and hung it down, covering myself in snow. I'm going to ask this question, then I'm going to do some actions. The bunker appeared old, abandoned perhaps, quietly occupied, then to serve as a covert German base. I couldn't see any way to open the door. I'm going to stash these things and hide myself in snow. I waited like a leopard in long grass. Perhaps a soldier would come out to relieve himself, or to scout the slope. Perhaps the Fraulein herself, having delivered Louisa, would be returning to whichever hole she had slithered out of. An hour went by, no change. The cold was now seeping through my clothes. I had plenty of time to take in the scenery. I realized, in the very heart of the Alps, alone, with only a pair of borrowed skis. There was only one thing I could do. I rose out of the snow. I paced over to the door. I knocked on it. It's very funny. I knew you'd come, she smiled, although I had been hoping you would rescue me, not get captured yourself. I haven't really described Louisa to you, I think, Aubrey. Despite her tone, I could see that she was tired and scared. I ignored her baiting. Let's describe Louisa. She was tall as me, although she holds herself as if she wishes she was shorter. She has ringed black hair and deep-set brown eyes beneath slanting brows. When she speaks, she waves her hands about like her father. Watching her talk with wrists tied to a chair is like watching a normal person try to talk while wearing a gag. But my wrists were tied to a chair as well, so there wasn't much I could do to help. Getting captured was the only way to get inside. I wondered if you'd have some idea of the layout of this place. Or control would want a full map of the place, I should think. I hadn't had a chance to look around, but what I'd seen of the bunker while being dragged along had seemed extensive. The barrack rooms and storerooms I passed were empty, but stacked up near the entrance had been piles of dynamite. Perhaps left over from this when this place was excavated. Louisa and I were tied up side by side to wooden chairs. They looked like they'd come from a prep school's exam hall. We were deep inside the bunker, in an office of some kind. Has the Fraulein been interrogating you? What have they asked you? Oh, don't worry, Louisa, I'll get us out of here. Let's ask what have they asked you. The same questions over and over, but in different ways. I think they assume I'm some kind of mathematic genius, but I'm a bit slow and naive. Like one of those savants, Louisa said. I'm playing along with that, of course. Clever girl. Her head came up sharply. But Papa was hurt, but he's getting better. He's waiting for us in Zurich. I left Gottschalk in a hurry. I don't know how he is. Say he's recovering. Are you sure? She stood in my face and looked away. You don't know, do you? You've been too busy running after me. The conversation was cut short. The door opened, and there was the Fraulein. Hard to believe she was the same woman I'd met on that train from Milan. Wolf, will you meet again? Was she alone, I wondered. Let's go, was she alone? Perhaps this place was barely staffed. I had seen 2 soldiers, no more. Good odds. She looked tired. Shadows under her eyes. Pale skin. She even looked a little out of breath. Do you need to sit down, Fraulein? You can have my seat. It's funny. I'd worry if I were you, Fraulein. What are you planning to do with us, Wolf? I'll ask if she'd like a seat. She didn't laugh, only scowled. Tell me, Mrs. Smith, do you play chess? Of course, I'm very good at it too. Only with worthy opponents. That's the game with the ball, isn't it? How droll. I suppose you're one of those card players, she replied with contempt. From a locker at the back of the office, she produced an old board and a set of heavy metal pieces. She pulled over a chair and set it down to use as a table. You and I will play. If I win, I will shoot the girl. If you win, then we will play again. She began placing the chess pieces on the board, quickly like an expert. Or she can give you the information I require. Do you hear me? I don't play chess. You'll never let us go. You'll never let us go with or without Louisa's information. You're afraid I'll win. That's why the stakes are so one-sided. I accept, or I accept, but not on those terms. You're afraid I'll win, and that's why the stakes are so one-sided. That gave her pause. She took a seat on her side of the board. Then let's say you win. What would you want? What would you want for it? If I win, you let us go. If I win, you give up the names of your handlers. I want you to defect to my side. No. I want you to give up the name of your handlers. You're extremely manipulative. Quite the committed spy, aren't you? Very well then. If you win, I'll sell the old fools out. The board was ready. The Fraulein's face was blank and stern. She'd have made a good card player. But if you lose, I will kill you both. You play for both your lies. A pawn stepped out onto the board with a slight mechanic click, like the sound of a safety catch being removed. White pawns to the center. Your move, Herr Smith. Oh god. I like that this is like ending with a game of chess, which is a tense challenge because I'm not very good at chess. Horse, do you know, out in the front? Knock over the king, Fraulein? That's my move? No! Let's get the horse out. You don't actually know chess notation? Don't be too hard on him, the Fraulein said. She jumped my knight forward. He can't even see the board properly from the chair. King's to bishop and then knight's file. King's bishop to knight's file, Smith. Louisa strained at the ropes that held her wrists. She couldn't see the board either. At least let Louisa see the board, Fraulein. Advance the knight's pawn. Knock the king over. I'm done. Let Louisa do this. Louisa's good at this. Why? There's nothing left to see. Nothing to see yet. Now play. I can't move my bishop or queen. I'll move my knight again. That's a good move. Well, considering the alternatives. The Fraulein moved my piece and quickly responded, advancing another one of her pawns. There was no way I was going to win this game, Aubrey. I was playing in the dark. You must be wondering how we acquired this bunker, Wolf remarked casually, leaning back onto a chair while she waited my move. From the reputable Swiss army, no less. They built these places to defend themselves against us. If you're hoping Louisa will talk, she'll need to see how badly I'm doing. Is that so? Oh yes, she beamed. It was too generous of the Swiss, this gift of theirs, don't you think? They left it undefended, but it's well built, excellently positioned. Your left flank is exposed, by the way. She stabbed a yawn. Your move. I can't move these out yet. Like, I've only been just using my knight, so I have to use a pawn. I could use this one. Wolf retaliated fast. Her knight leapt out into the middle of the board. This is unfair, Louisa complained, still straining to see. The world is not fair, Fraulein Wolf snapped. If it was fair, you would not have to make difficult choices. And we do. You do. If you're hoping Louisa talk, she'll need to see how badly I'm doing. Alright, you can watch your champion fail. Pulling a knife from her belt, Wolf slit the ropes around Louisa's wrists. Then she knelt down, hovering the knife point in Louisa's face. But no talking. Louisa gave us a tiny nod. Wolf returned to her chair. Still your move, Smith. Bring out my queen, put it somewhere sensible. Bishop near where my knight is, and bring out my rook. Rubbing her wrists, Louisa approached the board. Her face quickly became a picture of horror. I know. He's simply useless, isn't he? She advanced another pawn. I like that this game is really accepting that I'm not very good at chess by just not having all the pieces. So I'm just playing this terrible game of chess. He's simply useless, isn't he? She advanced another pawn. Louisa clicked her tongue, but then, almost too quickly to notice, she held up her little finger, wiggled it, and then looked sharply away. A moment later, she did it again. Advance the queen's pawn. Bring out my queen, put it somewhere sensible. And let's go pawn. Which pawn? This one? Alright. Louisa was flashing me a sudden, unexpected smile. The Fraulein thought for a moment. Her bishop took mine. Superior tactics always win the day. It's a queen, right? The queen's pawn moves forward. The Fraulein played the move for me. Louisa nodded slightly. It must have been a good move. The Fraulein paused, then chose a move. White's back line was clear enough to castle. Wolf brought a rook into play. Louisa frowned, then she quickly held up 2 fingers. Crossed. Crossed? What? Halcyon says, I don't think you'd be able to bring out the rook back when that was being presented as an option. Rook. She's telling you to castle. Explain. Why is it rook? What is 2 fingers crossed? Like, why isn't that a horse? Could be a horse. Yeah, I feel like I've been moving, like, pawns around a bunch. Oh, it's better than what I said about horses. So, 2 fingers crossed implies a move that involves 2 pieces exchanging position. I know that move. She played the move. Je parle. Louisa cursed softly. Damn it! Fraulein fell silent. Her knight took mine. You cannot win against an overwhelming force. Bishop, do something useful with it. Rook sideways. Advance the queen's pawn. I think the queen's pawn got taken last time, so I'll go bishop. The Fraulein played the move for me. Louisa shook her head furiously, but it was too late to take it back. The Fraulein merely glanced down before playing again. She developed another pawn. Things were not going well. Louisa's eyes flickered across the board. She wiggled her finger again. Bring out another pawn. I would use this one. Very gently, Louisa nodded. Fraulein thought for a moment. Her bishop retreated. You could see Louisa was thinking quickly. Then she held one hand up to the top of her head, fingers pointing upwards. The Fraulein peered around, and Louisa quickly pretended to be adjusting her hair. She held one hand up to the top of her head, fingers pointing upward. Is it queen or bishop? Because the bishop's wearing the weird hat. I'll do queen. Okay, good. The queen played the move. Louisa allowed herself another quick smile. Wolf was intent on the board now, and she had taken her eyes off Louisa entirely. The Italian woman had found a fire bucket full of sand and hefted up behind the Fraulein's head, ready to swing. What? The Fraulein nodded firmly. Her rook advanced. You might be wondering what good a base in the Alps is. Wolf rolled a captured piece between her fingers. You see, it's a good place for a back door. She pointed down significantly. Queen takes bishop. Let's do queen takes bishop. The Fraulein played the move for me. The wolf was concentrating hard. Eyes screwed shut. Louisa swung as hard as she could. It was glorious. The fire bucket all but whistled through the air before connecting with Wolf's skull. The Fraulein was knocked sprawling across the board. The chair upended. The piece scattered in all directions. That's what Papa, Louisa hissed. I cheered from my chair. She's stunned but not unconscious. We'll have to move fast. Or... but you could have beaten her, right? I asked. I'll go with that one. That's very funny. Of course, she was overambitious. Frisking the prone Fraulein, Louisa located her knife and sliced me loose. Gone was the distracted girl I'd rescued in Bellinzona. She was rescuing me now. A moment later, we were out of the door. It wasn't hard to scuttle quietly past the guards without being spotted. The Germans seemed to run the place with the skeleton staff. We reached the front chamber of the bunker. On the wall beside the outer door was a large metal lever labeled Ashton. She'll be back on her feet soon, I said, looking back down the corridor. I threw it, and I started for the stash of dynamite I'd seen by the door. I like this because it's testing my knowledge of German. Luckily, I know that Achtung means warning, so that would be an alarm. So I'm not going to set off an alarm, but it's very funny that that game threw that in there. But Louisa grabbed my arm. Murder, are you mad, Smith? We're in a sealed metal chamber. The explosion would rip us to shreds. She'll make a good engineer one day, that one. Smith, you're just an idiot. Louisa threw the lever. The door began to rise. Oh, I was wrong. I maybe don't know German. Louisa threw the lever. The door began to rise, accompanied by an ear-splitting grinding of gears that echoed down the walls. They'll hear that, Louisa shouted. She was all ready to crawl under the half-open gate. Let's go. We needed something to even the odds, but outrunning armed guards on ice seemed impossible. I slid into the blinding ice. Let's go. Needed something to even out the odds. In Shadowrun, that is called Chunky Salsa. The explosion? I cast about the room and found a rack of rust bucket machines lined up in a corner under a tarpaulin. Louisa caught my blank expression. Snowmobiles, she explained. My uncle repairs them in his shop. Quick. I jumped aboard and Louisa clambered on behind. Did it even still work? Do you know how to drive one? Or how fast does a snowmobile go? Let's go. Do you know how to drive one? Yes, she jumped into the front seat. Get on. I grabbed her waist and she started the engine and we lurched forward onto the ice. We roared away from the bunker at a decent 8 miles an hour. Slow, but fast enough to get us far enough away. Because there'd been nothing to stop us setting a dynamite fuse after we'd had the gate open. So we set off a explosive. Sorry, Switzerland. Hellish Glacier. It's a weird looking snowmobile. The sun was high in the sky. It seared down through ice-clear air, turning the glacier into a blinding lake of light. And we were chuffing along on the machine made out of biscuit tins and rubber piping. For a while we wove a path avoiding shrapnel and rock shards from the explosion. I clung to Louisa and enjoyed the ride. She was steering and telling to avoid shrapnel from the explosion. And the machine we were riding with a little bit of the groundsman lord. Weird options. There's a rule about using explosives in sealed areas where you don't roll for damage, because basically nothing living survives that. Interesting. Fuck. Shadowrun seems dark. One strike would have been enough to finish us. The snowmobile would have flipped through the air like a roller coaster car. But then we were through and out into the open ice. My eyes were on the mountains ahead, looking for paths and passes. Having fun? I shouted. How much further? I shouted, thinking Louisa's terrific memory from maps. Yeah, fair. I was going to ask about the maps, but she should know. Half an hour. The valley turns a corner and then the glacier ends. Then I felt Louisa stiffen. There's something coming after us. She must have seen them in the mirror attached to the snow shield. I twisted at my seat to look. What, a snowmobile? I asked. If they were driving, they'd be no faster than us. Skis. Or skis? It's only one eye. We were running out of glacier. Louisa swerved to a halt on the southern edge of the valley. We clambered bandy-legged from the machine. A machine towered above us. That's the Aegis horn. Louisa said. There's a cable car stop just behind the peak. They installed the lines last year, apparently. We can ride down to the valley on the other side. That's cool. Another cable car. A cable car is a fairly visible way to travel. We'd be exposed. What's on the other side? I'm going to ask more questions. A place called Feisch, she replied without needing to think about it. I don't know anything about it, but there's a train station there. I cast a look at the swooping dark figure behind. It was closing on us fast. We decided to hike around the peak. We made for the cable car stop on top of the Aegis horn. I like how the axe is a symbol for being blunt, although it's typically a sharp tool. It's a weird one. There's like an actual in the challenges I've seen, there's like been specific words for these things, but like the one with the glasses and the mustache is finesse, which is not what I assume finesse is. The one with the lady with the halo is, I think, courage. So it's interesting. Like I prefer my own interpretations of what the words means without having an actual strict definition for it. But yeah. Anyway, cable car. The climb up Aegis Horn was much harder than I had anticipated. Perhaps it was our general fatigue. Louisa was exhausted from 2 days of stress and panic, and neither of us were dressed for the cold for the climb. But our fear of the approaching figure on the glacier kept us going. I looked back. I tried not to look back, keeping my eye on the peak. I'm going to look back. The figure following us had paused beside our snowmobile. It seemed to crouch low as though catching our scent. Then the figure resumed its approach. A few moments later, the snowmobile burst into smoke and flame. Was that the snowmobile? Louisa asked. Why did she do that? That's just what they do to traders, even mechanical ones. Just keep going, I told her. She's trying to scare us. I said nothing. The peak was all that mattered. I like that line about that's what they do to traders. Louisa grimaced but didn't reply. The slope was turning to loose rock and shale. We had to scramble our way up, almost on all fours. I hope you're right about the cable car. Or some people do this for fun, can you believe? Some people do this for fun, because I believe her. I know, mad Englishmen like you on holiday. Up and up, Aubrey. Up and up. Whee! The peak of Aegis is almost a needle point. The peak of Aegis Horn was almost a needle point. The cable car station was built a little way down its southern slope. Fraline's pace hadn't slowed. I pushed Louisa down the slope and slid after her. That's the worst of it over. Louisa looked surprised but didn't argue. We scrambled quickly down the shale and scree, then fell down through some bushes and emerged beside the station. A cable car was just leaving the station, turned about on its way down. There was no time for hesitation. Louisa leapt inside, landing on all fours. I caught hold of the rails on either side of the platform door, just as the car lifted away from the platform. Then I pulled myself up and slammed the door behind me, heaving a sigh of relief. Louisa was still gasping on the floor of the car. We made it, she said between breaths. I can't believe we made it. You think she saw us? Maybe not, but she'll know we're here. There's nowhere else we could have gone. I don't know, but let's keep our heads down anyway. How far to the next station? I asked, looking out to the front. Let's keep our heads down. Louisa clambered onto the bench at the back of the car and peered out of the glass. I don't see her, but she can't be far. There's no way to speed it up. If we get stuck Up here we might have to jump. Maybe she dropped dead from exhaustion. Maybe. Let's ask if there's any way to speed it up. I know. I know, Louisa replied irritably. Look, Smith, she's reached the station. The Fraulein could have had us at the moment, Aubrey. If she hadn't been blighted by hatred, she might have realized that she could have stopped the cable car's winch or thrown a switch to reverse its direction. That's the sort of thing Louisa might have thought of with her engineering mind. But the Fraulein didn't do either of those things. Instead, she got into the car behind us. Louisa began to laugh. What's so funny? I couldn't help laughing too, or she needed the release after what she'd been through. I couldn't help laughing too. I tried to imagine a chase scene like this one in a moving picture and failed. It put the audience to sleep. I had a nice vision of taking this girl to the cinema, Aubrey, and staying very awake. Ugh. Our car was 3 minutes in front of the Fraulein's. Both were 40 feet up in the air. There was nothing to do but wait. We swung slow and stately. 50 minutes later, we reached the Egershorn interchange station and jumped from the car. We raced to the second station and the next car. With them, then we set about sabotaging her approach. Obviously. We need something to jam the wheel, Louisa shouted, and quickly. The whole place was automated. The wheel was spoked and turned within a snug, well-oiled metal channel. Any ideas, Louisa? If Schweiger had been there, I would have jammed the thing with his head. Okay. We reached the spokes and hauled with all my might. That one. The machine lifted me easily off the ground and spun me against the wall. I let go quickly before my hands were crushed. Smith, you'll hurt yourself. I looked around for a serviceable tree branch. Let's get out of ahead of her. We're still ahead of her. Schroeder had been there. No, let's look for a tree branch. Nothing. No metal crowbars or iron spikes either. Louisa had begun sitting down to rest her feet. Then she got up and began moving quickly. She began unlacing one of her boots. What are you doing? You're getting ready to throw that at her, aren't you? Are you? Or you can tend to your blisters later. I'll ask what are you doing, because she's taking off her boot and putting it on. Wolf got me these from market in Interlaken. They were for walking on ice. See metal spikes in the shoe, on the soles, and the toes and heels are steel too. It might be solid enough too. She jammed the boot toe first between the wheel and the channel. The wheel sucked it in and they began grinding down on top of it. The machinery sparked and groaned. Then beautifully it stuck. The Fraulein's car swung to a halt. The result was glorious. Or we should do this to all Nazis, Aubrey. Hang them on cables in midair. Yes. I shared this thought with Louisa. A bit dark perhaps, but she didn't blink. Yes, very fitting, she said. There'd be true Ubermensch then, hanging over us in the sky like that. Shame we can't send her even higher, I mused. Shoot all the Nazis off into space. I don't think it'll hold her for very long, or it was hard not to join the Fraulein's predicament. I don't think Nazis in space is a good idea. I've seen movies about this. Louisa and I stood together, enjoying the view for a while. She looked so cross and so small, Louisa remarked, like an angry little beagle. I don't know what I'm meant to be clicking. The second cable car... Cool music. The second cable car gently swayed us down the mountainside. It was like being in a floating cradle. Louisa sat down and removed her other boot. I hate these shoes, she said, scowling. She opened the window to drop it out, and paused. Je tu parle? What was that? She looked down, splashes of colour, a chessboard in rainbow hue. Blues, reds, greens, whites. It was as though someone had spread out a woolen quilt over the valley floor. That wasn't on the map you saw? I joined her at the window, peering to make out the details. Perhaps it's some sort of festival? I'm gonna look. We were still too high up. Whatever the shapes were, there were people milling around them, working by the look of them. I'll leave it here for now, Aubrey, to give you a chance to solve this puzzle. Can you guess the delightful surprise that was waiting for us at the bottom of the cable line? Is it the cows? Huh? Balloons. Maps probably don't mark flower growing fields and the colour of flowers. Man, they have everything in this game. Hot air balloons, to be precise. We had somehow stumbled into the middle of a Fleisch Festival hot air balloonery. There wasn't a moment to lose. How do you feel about heights? Or it seems rather too good an opportunity to waste, don't you think? Yes. Let's go, Louisa cried. We raced down the track on the cable car station. Then we hopped a fence into a field where the first of the balloons were laid out. The burner was on, and the balloon was starting to fill. We approached its owner. He was sitting on the grass beside the basket, smoking a pipe. Quickly, man, we're escaping from Nazis. I'll pay 100 francs for that balloon. A sharp blow to the back of his head was enough to send him into the grass. See how he feels about Nazis. Nazis! The man jumped to his feet. I despise Nazis. He was a good sort, Herr Gaspar. He helped us both into the basket of his balloon, and without further ado, I glanced back up the mountainside. Perhaps the Fraulein was still stuck in midair higher up. If not, she would be on her way down. She would have no qualms about putting a bullet in her head, or one in our balloon, and the balloon was still inflating. Halcyon says, the description seemed to imply larger colourful fields than the deflated balloons would be. I think we only seen some of the balloons. I think there was enough of them to cover regions. Okay. Can't you make this thing fill up any faster? Fraulein Wolf is in the cable car. Or I took a moment to shake the balloonist's hand. No time for shaking hands. No, the man replied, and sucked in his pipe. But can you feel it? We're already beginning to hover, just a little. Hot air balloon, Aubrey. It's a magical thing. The ground below just gives up on you. Gravity lets go, and the earth drifts away. First an inch, then a yard, then up and up. An indulgent form of transport. A folly of follies. The first fellow who tried this must have been brave. The cable car had reached the ground. I saw a limping figure emerge. Let's keep the drama happening. Bless the Fraulein. She shook her little fist up at us as we left her behind. We're free, Louisa cried out of the sky. We're free. I put my arm around her waist to steady her, Aubrey, in case she leaned too far over the edge of the basket. Then she leaned back a little against me, just for safety, you understand. Ugh. We're really afraid of her now, she breathed, still gazing at the view. Free. Ah, yes, safety, Halcyon says. Safety in quotations. Blue-green with white peaks, the Alps spread like a frozen sea below us. The Alais Glacier was a long stripe, dotted with detritus from the bunker explosion. Louisa pointed out the observatory, winking like a jewel, then the long curved valley of Ambry. I hope Papa is alright. Did you see what happened in Gloschenen? He'll be in Zurich already, I'm sure. Try not to worry. I don't remember what happened in Gloschenen. Balloons! I'm back. Welcome back, Ellie. We're in the hot air balloon. It was horrible. He flew over the bonnet of the car, said Louisa in a faint quaver in her voice. The Fraulein didn't seem to care. Didn't even turn her head, just drove into him, then drove away. She struck the rim of the basket with the palm of her hand. Vaca fiesta. Fascista. What's vaca mean? Thank you. We drifted on, soaring ever higher. Wait, so now the daughter is saved, but her father is gone. Hilly, there was a chess match which Halcyon had to help me through. There was an explosion. There was a chase through the Alps. So much happened. So much happened. It felt like it was like the final fight. Like it all built up to this, and then it was just the chess match, which in character, like Smith wasn't very good at, and then I myself wasn't very good at. Earlier for an hour and a half, it was a match. Yeah, there was a Clementine / girl style chess match that's more about the allegory than the game itself. It was true. There was a lot of talk about stuff, but I was playing the Clementine role. Watch Friends at the Table for that reference. We also have a balloon keeper man called something cool. I forgot what it was. I don't think I have his name. But yes, there was a cool balloonist. It was like, I fucking hate Nazis. Have you checked she's not hanging to the blast ropes? I've checked. Wouldn't put it past her. I wouldn't either. She's not there. I'm going to check myself. Is there a Nazi down there? That chess match was foreshadowed when he went to the first castle. I remember that. The White Knight to Black Castle, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting. I kind of liked that chess match because it wasn't me actually learning how to play chess. Like I was trying to like keep in my own mind which pieces were out. And like I dealt with the knight first, so I knew that I couldn't move any of the pieces that tried to trick me, but I got past that. Herr Gaspar leant over the other side and spat. He watched the spittle fall, then nodded. A good northeast current. I will take us down. We drifted lower into a current of air that grasped us and whisked us forward, so quickly that Gaspar's moustaches began to waffle in the wind. I'm not going to let anything happen to you, Louisa. Memory like yours, Louisa, it would be invaluable in a war. It's so weird how it keeps referring to moustaches as plural. Like each side is a mustache. I don't like that. I don't want to talk about the war in this guy, so I'm just gonna. We drift. The winds carried us on. It used to be plural. What happened? Why are they singular? The sun was touching the mountains to the west, spreading honey across the snow-capped peaks. What made you come for me? You might have died, said Louisa. Are the designs for that radio transmitter worth risking your life for? The question was uncomfortable but fair. In a word, yes. I had to come. It was my fault you got caught. To hell with that bally radio transmitter. I'm gonna go with war. Oh god. Halcyon says, well, you know how it goes. Big moustache caught, bored up all the smaller ones. And Illy says, caterpillar moustache. Nobody wants plural of that. Very good answers. She deserved to know the truth. The fact is that transmitter design might just save thousands of lives, or in the wrong hands, destroy them. She nodded, but suddenly looked very lonely. But look here, I'm not just a spy, Louisa. I'm a man, I said. I didn't know how else to put it. I couldn't abandon you, could I? We floated onwards. And then, Aubrey, the mountains were quite suddenly gone. We were flying over farmland and low country. I will set you down by Zurichsee, Gaspar said. There's a place I know besides the water. A lake? I like lakes, Louisa said. Saved by the power of horny. I hate how this is like a romance, and this guy's like 31, and she is like 23, and I'm like, no. Let's not do this. The balloon settled to the earth on a patch of empty land within spitting distance of the water's edge. It was a low rocky outcrop jutting out into the lake. A cozy log cabin was built above it on stilts that rose from the reeds. This is my aunt's guest house, Herr Gaspar said. You should stay here. She makes excellent fondue. I thanked him? I simply nodded. Louisa kissed him on both cheeks, out of gratitude, but also from sheer relief. Your balloon is beautiful, she gushed, and the man glowed with pride. Then we scrambled out of the basket and all but fell into the grass. The ground feels very strange, Louisa explained. Once you've been a bird, Gaspar observed, putting out his pipe to light it. Why would you be anything else? Poetic poppycock. Perhaps if we were birds, Aubrey, we would see nations for the fictions they really are. Birds get shot down, I muttered. Not true. We didn't. Let's go for a future without nations. From the sky, we'd only see rivers and mountains, not borders and checkpoints. Perhaps one day, people will routinely fly about in balloons and aeroplanes, and the divisions between peoples will become a distant memory. Not yet. I went to find Gaspar's aunt to talk to her about a room. Keine Grätze. Keine Sonne? Saune. Sauna means zone? Grenzen. What's Grenzen? Anyway. It's pretty pretty. We've entered, what's that show? Nightfall. Night. You're watching Night Radio. Famous podcast, Night Radio. Anyway. There was a little jetty in front of the cabin. We were sitting together looking out over the lake. Stars filled the sky and flooded the surface of the water. Louisa had her arms hugged around her knees. She told me she would kill me. I said nothing. I said nothing. She was talking just fine. I said nothing. Just sat by her side. I said nothing. She kept trying to scare me. There were things she said that she would do to me. She spoke quietly. But what could I tell her? She couldn't ever understand what made the transmitter special anyway. I tried to tell her she had it wrong. That it was all a mistake. But she kept threatening me and asking the same questions over and over, like a machine. That's the way they're told to do it? It's alright, you're free now. It was nothing personal. It's kind of interesting. I like the idea of saying... Night Vale, thank you. No borders, no fences. It's one of my favorite lines from recent Ramstein. Franny is a robot? That'd be a good twist. She just came up and she was just like the lady from Metropolis. That'd be pretty cool. The lines that I like here is one is that's the way they're told to do it, and the other one is that it was nothing personal. It was nothing personal seems like something that he would say to make her just be like, oh, it's nothing to worry about, it's all good. But it's actually a very, bleak thing to say. And that's the way they're told to do it. Suggests that either he's had experience with this before or that he has done this before. I'm not sure if I like which I like better. I was thinking of the one Terminator Woman. I think there's been a couple Terminator Women by now, right? Women. I'm sure there has been. Maybe not. Yeah. It was nothing personal. Seems like something a socially not very good person would say that not understand why she was upset. Yeah. I feel like all of these options are kind of like this person is like it seems like in some way this guy has gone through some bad shit and is having trouble processing it, which is pretty impressive for just this like I don't even know how much this game is, but this is like a $20 little game that was just nothing and is it's just kind of fun. It's just like this little thing, 3 hour long game, and it's got some good writing in it, and I like it very much. Like all three of these options might not change the story in some way, but it's like each of them is kind of interesting in a different way. I'm gonna go with a nice option, which is still not a nice option, which is that's the way they're told to do it. That's not reassuring. Halcyon says, I mean, you don't become a spy out of being a well-adjusted, happy with life person. Yes. Yeah. I was recalling what Control said, Aubrey, if you recall. The Adware might be better resources, but their agents only think in railway lines. They're no match for our corkscrew methods. Okay, he took it in a way that I didn't expect him to. He's kind of seeing himself as separate from all that. Fair enough. Um, they are all quite mad, Louisa said, seeming to agree. They believe in fairy tales, in master plans, but they are just bodies, a trail of bodies everywhere they go. Her words drifted across the lake and disappeared. I'm cold, Smith. Come here, I'll keep you warm. Nope. We should go inside, or take the blanket, I'll go inside. Take the blanket, I'll go inside. Why not? You're free now? If you meant like the middle option of the last one, I just thought that was kind of patronizing because it's just like she is feeling like she isn't in denial that she's gotten away with it. Although, like, of course, she'd be kind of like worried about what was going on. But like saying that, oh, you're free now, it's just like, you know, it's not how it's not how people work. They're not just like, oh, I'm free now, great, I feel great, thank you very much. They kind of like, I still have to process this thing I've been through. Um, this I'm gonna go with this one. I left her out there on the jetty and took myself to bed. An hour or so she joined me, curled up on my side, shivering. Thank you, she whispered. Hey, a happy ending. Europe at war, Britain and France declare war on Germany. Honouring their treaty with Poland, France and Great Britain have declared war against Germany. In a speech given today, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain vowed that Britain and its allies would prevail against a regime characterised by brute force, bad faith, injustice, oppression, and persecution. Hold on. Illy says you really tried, and yet, yes, I know this game very much wants that to happen. Fair enough, but fuck that. But to take a step back, I've been playing for 3 hours and streaming for 3 hours, or 3.5 hours actually, has not been the most conducive way of thinking clearly about these things. But is there some kind of like parallel thing going on with this narrative and also the declaration of war? Like, is this us escaping this German? Oh god, Halcyon. Can't have a not Bond without a not Bond girl. Ugh, don't make me think about that aspect of James Bond. But yes. Anyway, back to my thought. What is the narrative here? So this is the happy ending. And the happy ending is people face a terrible thing and get away from it. Like the Italian resistance person and the British person. Maybe it's not the end. I'm not sure what's going to happen next, but it seems to be that the narrative that seems to be going is the build up to a war. And this is a bad war. So I'm just wondering, like, what the narrative they're trying to do with these. The casual, the war is starting just in the background as the story's happening. It's sort of building up to fighting fascists while also not acknowledging the. I mean, they do mention that at one point that, like, the bad person said, "Oh, Britain's kind of bad too. We do these bad things." And our main character was having none of it. I don't know. It's a weird ending. If this is the end. Maybe we have another hour. I can't puzzle it out my current state of mind, but I'm curious about that. I'm gonna try and think about that. Herr Gaspar's aunt Helga had a car that had once belonged to her husband. She was happy for us to use it. Louisa even borrowed a pair of old lady's shoes. They'd been quite fashionable 30 years ago, perhaps. Louisa seemed quite tickled by them. Aunt Helga clasped her hands in turns, and we left. Newlywed, she sniffed, her eyes moist. In such dark and difficult days, she waved a handkerchief as we rode away. It was early morning, still dark. Louisa twisted in her seat and to wave back until we were out of sight. I think we fooled her, she concluded. Yes, we were very convincing, I smiled back. Oh, that's cool. There's no path between Icehorn Station over the Alps and Peninsula because there was no path. I like that. Rainfall. Stumble. The road followed the lake shore onto the city. This is the road to Zurich, Louisa remarked. It's only a couple of miles. You sure this is where you want to go? Have you ever been? It's a rather dour place, I think. I'm gonna go with dour. This is my first time out of Italy, she answered, and so far I've seen nothing but mountains. We might have been two tourists returning from a driving tour. I had the most curious flash of what a life outside the service might be, a life away from constant war. I won't lie, Aubrey. It seemed well enough. Zurich. I found myself driving slowly. Perhaps I was finally able to enjoy the sights the journey had to offer. I wanted to spend every last second with Louisa that I could. Perhaps I was still on the lookout for possible attack. I was not relishing in dressing down from control, amongst other things. Interesting. So do I want to focus on what is going to come next to my job? Do I want to focus on the job at hand? Do I want to focus on Louisa? No. Or do I want to kind of just take in the moment? I'm with the last two. Because I feel like the game hasn't ended yet. And that's because stuff is still going bad. Not relishing in dressing down from control, amongst other things. No, I'm not safe yet. Similar to how the you're free now, that thing before, we're not free now. It's not happy. Halcyon says, I think the story is trying to sketch in the factions in Central Europe around the war, but I don't think it has much to say about the groups. Doesn't it? Like, it's not like an in-depth sort of discussion, but it is having... It's thinking about it. I feel like we had like the resistance kind of being thrown in, and like it's never been said that she's the resistance, but it's there. I don't know. Maybe it's not saying something, but I feel it might be saying something by accident. Is my thought. Perhaps I felt I had unfinished business in the wilds of Switzerland, but Louisa's journey was at an end. She was eager to reach Zurich and could talk a little about seeing her father. I hope he's not too sore. He'll have been well enough to take the train to Zurich, won't he? I hope so. Oh yes, they have good doctors in Switzerland, and we'll know soon enough. I hope so. The fact was we were already there. We were passing through the suburbs of Zurich, built up along the lakefront. The scent of flowers and horse dung was fading away into the fumes of cars and coffee. From the Alps, we had emerged back into what some call civilization. But I don't know what to call it, what I call it anymore. Europe is at war. I like that line. I'm going to screenshot that. Do we want to go to the Rheinfeld Beer House? Café Zermatt? Blumen? Let's go to the cafe. Nope. 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 Okay. We checked into the Hotel St. Augustine under the name of Mr. and Mrs. Ealing. I like the feel of signing at Aubrey. Just married, I enthused to the concierge. We're eloping, I murmured, so please don't tell anyone we're here. Say no more, sir, he replied. You may count upon our discretion. The porter showed us to our room. I gave him a franc, and he backed out with a smile. Louisa was already inspecting the contents of the room. From the embroidered lampshades by the bed to the hotel stationery on the desk in the corner. I have never been in a real hotel like this before. No, I can't imagine she had. A restaurateur's daughter. The summer had ended somewhere in the mountains, and the September air was blowing in from the lake was cold. After inspecting the curtains, Louisa pushed the window shut. So what do we do now? I'll ask around if your father has arrived. I'm going out, but you mustn't leave this room. Stay put for now until I've scouted the area. Let's go the last one. This is a big city, like Milan, she replied uncertainly. I have people. She nodded. I suppose I could stay here then, out of sight. I put my hat on. I'll be back within the hour, I should think. I paused a moment to look at her through the open door as I left the room. My Miss Ealing, sprawled on the bed, shoes dangling from her toes, low sunlight streaming in around her, a moment of perfect beauty. I had the same feeling I had in the hot balloon, the clouds falling away, my heart lifting towards soft clouds. Where am I supposed to click? Getting myself picked up by the local police was simple enough. I'm fairly sure I would even recognize one of the men who nabbed me. The beer house was not as empty as the one at Riviera, but it still offered a good selection of dank corners. There you are, Smith, my friend began. We've barely seen anything of you. You've been blending in most effectively. I need your help with a few matters. This should be the last time. I wanted to fill you in on what I've been doing. There's been birds in the places you're expected to click. Nice and subtle. Yep. It's another one of those bloody film canister things where I just cannot see it. But I will keep that in mind in the next place I go, I guess. Another type of ash. Really? Go on. I've been protecting an Italian girl from the Germans. The Nazis had occupied a disused military bunker in the High Alps. Had? I blew it up. God, man. Interesting. So, do I want to mention her? Do I want to mention Louisa and the things she knows? I'm here because I need something from you. What does she know? So to explain the part, Illy says, "What does she know?" And Halcyon says, "Keep it secret, right?" And Illy says, "I missed that part, but yeah, keep it a secret." So, essentially, Louisa has seen the plans for, seen the blueprints for a radio that is the size of a suitcase. Um, oh, nice. Uh, and what has basically happened is that she has like a photographic memory, so she knows basically. Now the trouble is, Hilly, you say you never trust an agent. I am an agent. This is a time where radios are still bulky backpack size things and very cumbersome. So the size of a suitcase. Don't trust another agent. And mostly they would look like be more like a stationary device. I think in World War II they had big backpacks and like they had like signalmen and stuff like that. Also, don't trust yourself. Most importantly, don't trust others. It's difficult. What's my other option? I've seen movies. I know how this goes. It's weird because they use that line which I love, which is that in the right hands it could save millions of lives, in the wrong hands it could destroy millions of lives. But it's going to be both either way. I think I'll go with this because at the very least he has some sympathy for what this young woman has gone through, and he doesn't want her to go through more of the nonsense. This game is good. This game is written very well. I'm here because I need something from you. Is that so? I need papers for Louisa to get her into France. You don't, actually. You'll be handing her off to our boys here in Zurich. If that's what Control thinks is best. I want her across the border. It'll be safer for her. Will she talk to them, though? It's me she trusts. The man can't accidentally spill any beads he doesn't have. If I do this, this is going to be a second chance. Housing says France is not safe. True. I mean, what date is it? I can't look at the date. So this exposes my vulnerability, just being like, I want it there, and he can just be say, well, no, and I know that you're kind of attached to this girl. Well, she talked to him though. It's me she trusts. That's a sneaky answer, and I like that. And if that's what Control thinks is best, is giving up. We, as people from the future, know that France is no good. Like how much time does France have before the Nazis invade? Like it's just they've just invaded Poland. That's good. 2 years or so, three, fantastic. It's a long time. I think she should go back to Italy. but whatever. Italy's also not very good. I feel like this is the only thing that I got to move forward. Like, this is giving up. This is showing my hand. This is sneaky. Italy already has fascists. Don't do that. Everywhere has. That's a fair point. Cigarette flared a final time. Alright then. I heard his chair scrape back. Papers will be delivered with your newspaper tomorrow morning at the hotel. Then you'll get the afternoon train for Dijon and cross the border at Basel. The cigarette was stubbed out and the room went dark. Enjoy your evening, old man. I don't trust this. Let's get some flowers. I looked at the birds, Halcyon. On Mulagasi, I passed a woman selling flowers from a stall. She had roses that looked a little tired, but also delicate bouquets of snowbells and primroses. You are English, I think, the woman began, speaking German. There is perhaps something you wish to say to a woman, but don't know how to say it in words, yes? I have nothing to say. The flowers are very beautiful. The flowers are lovely, but they will wilt and die. I have nothing to say. Silent but dependable, the woman nodded. Perhaps these ones. She touched the stem of a tall, purple-flowered bluebell. One cannot go wrong with roses? Purple ones, I like those. Give me something hardy, something to last. Do you have black irises or edelweiss? I'll not be staying long. Give me the cheapest you have. I only smiled and walked away. Good work, you'll be a bird watcher in no time. Don't mean to brag, but I saw some white birds. That's all I know about them. Pigeons? Give me the cheapest you have. The woman raised her eyebrows at me, then crossed her arms. Whoever she is, she deserves better than you, Mynheer, she remarked. And good grief, Aubrey. But she only packed up her stand and wheeled it away. It's fine. Oh, fuck. You'll see that? That was an agent and you botched it. I took the elevator up to the room. I was eager to tell Louisa about her new papers. To think we would soon be in France. I pushed open the door to the room. The first thing I saw was a curtain flicking in and out of the open window in the breeze. I went to close it. Louisa? I stepped silently into the room. One step, two. My shoes crunched on something. Broken glass. The window had been smashed. There was a trace of blood near the frame. I stuck my head out into the alley. I jumped through the open window. I could picture it exactly. I heard the roar of an engine, the squeal of a car cornering too fast. I was out of the hotel and into a car of my own before the echoes had faded. We drove north at a breakneck pace. Rainfall. Stumble. I was born at rainfall. Those fucking birds. Can't see them anywhere. Okay, it's at the castle. Quick one, Aubrey. She drove north about an hour, then she came off the main road after Duxton. On the slower road I dropped back, wanted her to think I'd overshot. She'd parked at the rainfalls, waterfall right on the border. It's Reichenbach. There was a narrow bridge behind the castle. It's as good a place as any for this. Ellie says, listen, I warned you. I can't see her. She must be near the bridge. Not sure what she's waiting for. Still persuading Louisa not to scream for help, or giving us one last chance to talk on neutral ground. This close to the border, there's only one way to stop her. As soon as she appears, I'm charging. This close to the border, there's only one way to stop her. It's the same answer either way. Rainfall is, of course, an actual place, but I like how it's a homonym of rainfall. What's rainfall? Rainfall is falling for something. Cool. Is it like a synonym for like falling in love, or is it also like being tricked? Specifically being tricked. Darn. Anyway, I'm going to take a run at her over the edge into the water. I'll give this to a passerby. There's a few about holding picnics at the falls, huh? Tell C the Abner is sharper than he thinks they are. Nice writing to you, Aubrey. Oh, wow. Being tricked. It's for being tricked. Okay. Ooh. This narrative is doing things. Maybe it's just me imagining it, but like... Is he being an unreliable narrator here? Is he being like, oh, I'm going to charge and try and get this person. If it doesn't work, then I'll die. But that's just a fake out, so he can just run away with this woman? Or is it... Maybe she's not from the Adver. Like, there's nothing to suggest she isn't, but... He's being unreliable. I also do trust his narration skills. His skills of description are pretty damn good. He's had a few good lines. So do I write it just like nice writing to Aubrey? It's just like, here's just a nice thing to like finish up. Because like some part of me wants like Control to be tricked. And that's my way of tricking them. But another part of me is just like, do I want to be revealed as a spy? I want to be revealed as a spy. I'm familiar with that one. Tell him his boys are right here in the field, need more support. It's going to be bad, Aubrey. Worse than they've been letting on. Happy New Year. Wish all our readers a Happy New Year as we eagerly look forward to the end of the war. For many Britons, this New Year's celebration will be their last chance to enjoy some of their favourite foods, following an announcement of plans to expand rationing to butter, bacon and sugar. Brexit. 31st of December. So this is several months after this. Huh. Dear Aubrey, your friend told me to write to you if anything should happen to him. I found your address inside the lining of his hat. along with stamps and metal cartridges of ink. He kept a whole post office in there. He was, I think, a good man. As far as any of us could be in a time of war. I don't know what he believed in. He was a romantic, your friend. I don't know what he believed in. Thank you. Just a note for posterity. Elise says, I laughed out loud at Brexit. You're the only one who did. I don't know what he believed in. Perhaps he loved his king and country, perhaps not. But he knew what he despised. He could be impatient. I once told him I was too tired to think, and he berated me for it. But that's alright. I berated him quite a lot as well. I think we like that about one another. I don't know who you are, Aubrey. I assume you were his friend. So was I in the end. He would want you to raise a glass or something in memory of him. He never gave up, your friend. He never gave up. He fought until the very last moment. Held that horrid woman under the water. Whoa, even though it meant staying under there himself. Don't come looking for him, Aubrey. He's gone. I know you want to, and I'm asking you not to. I hope you'll understand why. I'm going to go somewhere where I can build a wine press and 10 vines, as far away from the war as possible. One day, I'll send you a case. Then you'll know I'm safe. Take care, my friend. Huh. That was a good game. I really enjoyed that. It's kind of... He's alive, he's telling Aubrey he's alive, but also Aubrey can deniably report him as a casualty. Did she write it? I like that a lot. Ellie says she, quote, wrote, end quote, it. God. That's cool. I love this genre. I love the weird set pieces they throw in. That they were just looking, like, they just searched for anything that turns up in Switzerland. I love that stuff. I love like I don't think it's gonna be a game that if I reread it I'll be rewarded by, oh, this person's being duplicitous at any moment. But I liked it. Did you get cheese? Probably. I think there was a moment where I like broke into a cabin and stayed there. Townsville. Can someone crack that code? Just quickly. Post-credit scene. Someone comes up and like, time to join the Avengers or whatever. I think it's asking me to press the X. But what if? I know the Y and the L is going to be a giveaway. I think the L is E. Just given its position. This is probably your or something. You are. That's my guess. I could probably Google. This isn't important. But I really like that game. Unfortunately, if you've seen this, you've seen the whole thing. I'd be very interested in like different choices that sort of happen, but I also feel like this game has to be on rails a little bit in order for things to come up. I'm really curious about what happens if I'm really curious to see what happens if you get caught by the police. Like, it seems like all of the police actually work for Control, which is an interesting thing. Wait, what? Did Halsey just break it? Treble clef, time to dig up mole. You're welcome. Hey, hey. There is also a DLC for this, which I'm not going to play tonight. But yeah. What a good game. I recommend it, although, yeah. We've played it. I would love to play another thing like this. I feel like I really want to play 80 Days, which similarly touches on like Victorian genre fiction in some way. So yeah, I'm kind of intrigued. Like, I really want to play Around the World in 80 Days, or 80 Days, I think is the actual name of it, because it's done by one of the same writers. And yeah, but that was the full playthrough of this. It's taken 4 hours, which I think is the leisurely playthrough according to howlongtobeat.com. But yeah, that's that game. I recommend checking it out. If not checking out the main story, then checking out the DLC. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, thanks for hanging out in chat, Illy, and Halcyon, and Naya, and did Mark turn up? No, Mark was working. Everyone who turned up. Lovely to see you all. And yeah, thanks for the puzzle solving, and thank you, Halcyon, for again keeping an eye on basic things like birds that teach you to click on like the last thing. It's very funny. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I'm gonna try and do more streams than I have been doing, but I can't promise anything because that's just the nature of me currently. In any case, if you'd like to see previous things I have done, you can go on to YouTube, which is linked on my Twitch. You can go to Twitter to subscribe. To follow. And I will send all my notifications there. But also, if you're in the various Discords that I'm a part of, you will also get a message about this. So, yep. However you're going to find out, yeah, I'll be around. And get this game if you can, if you want to. Yeah, have a good one. Adios. Tab and stream. Good night. Fairly well.